All right. We are live. How's everybody doing tonight? Hopefully good. If anybody's late, it's generally Timber. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never been late in my life. You're nervous? Don't be nervous. There's nothing to be nervous about. We're just having fun. Shikaka, welcome in. Blue Moon, Ducky, Luderav. How you guys doing? Good, good. Hopefully. Boom. Have some of those. What's up, Astra Lizard? How's it going? Hey, look at that. Have some gifties, y'all. No doggy tonight. There's no doggy. He's outside. Hey, Blue Moon got a gifted sub. Let's go. All right, bear with me for 1 second. I want to get the new emote loaded up real fast. Also, for those of you who are subs to the channel, check out the new emotes that we just uploaded today. Gotta get one more up. What the heck? Hello, Atheve. Welcome in. Bear with me for 1 moment. Yeah, there we go. We got our Tour Tuesday. We got Imagination and Timber. Hello, Anada. Welcome in. My other half love watching you every live you do. Make sure to catch. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome in, Stone. Hope you're doing good. Second. Did that load? That in there. Oh, he's on Twitch. Derp. It's this one. Imagination. Really? Why? Imagination has to be 11 letters, not 10? Come on, YouTube. Imagine? What a lame name. All right, they're up on YouTube as well for anyone who is a member on there. What's up, Backwoods? Welcome in. Gift you a sticker? A what? Not a sticker? What you saying? Back from vacation? Very nice. I cannot wait to go on vacation myself. I'm ready to get out of this place. Okay. Emotes up. Gifts have been gifted. Can you gift you a membership? It was all random, dog. It was all random. Those were my allotted free gifties. Get mad at Luderav. Who is first for today? I don't know. You could ask Luderav. I think he was ready to delete all of Ducky's messages to make it seem like he was first. Playing Skate 3. Nice, man. That'd be fun. I haven't played Skate in so long. I haven't really seen the new one, but it looks pretty interesting. You debated it. You're both so nervous, Blue Moon. It's all good. It's all good. Well, tonight, a couple things we're going to do. First off, we're going to re-review Chap's bass as our first one for the night. His recording got absolutely destroyed by stream, and I can't make the next video till I have a good recording for them. So we're going to do a little base review of their upgraded. So it's going to be even better. It's going to be even cooler. Hey, Ludorev with the 5 gifted. Thank you, man. Let's go. Thank you. Appreciate that. And a hype train. Awesome. We did it. Keep it going, y'all. Yeah, so we're going to get into it with Chap first. Good old Chappy Chap. The one cap chap in chat if you're looking for them. Their base was epic the first time. It's going to be even cooler this time. I know they did some insane work. So I'm very excited to see what has changed and get a better recording for them. Because, man, that first one sucked. Disappointing. Very disappointing. Ooh, Snoo with the gifted sub. Thank your local Ludorev. Got Gamma Set, got your timer. The timer, good call. I would have forgotten already. We just want a stopwatch, not a timer. Know on which place tonight I will be. What is your... Oh, Snoo, there it is. 4th, I believe. Snoo. It always takes me a second to figure out everyone's where everyone is, what their name on Twitch or YouTube is versus their Discord versus their Xbox versus their world name. But yes, you are 4th currently. Yeah, we have Chap, Shikaka, Caleb, Snoo. Haven't heard from E30 yet, so I think we're going to have to skip theirs tonight till we get a save from them. Then Finest, Blue Moon, Juggle Cyrus, Lude, not sure which one, and then potentially Astrolizard as well. We will see how we get through them all, but that is the current plan. I keep my stuff all the same on socials for gaming. Yeah, it makes it so much easier backwoods. Oh, yours are exactly the same. That makes life so much easier. Just realized you're not going to be able to review my base. I have the update. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I messaged you a couple times because I didn't want you to miss out. But yeah, if you're on the PTB, I need like an older save of yours that isn't in the PTB. The P. I believe you can send an older save, but of course, it's fine. I mean, we can always review it a little later if you want to wait. It's not the end of the world. I will be doing plenty of reviews going forward, so no one will be missed by any means. Wouldn't worry about it too much. But yeah, I had your save for a while, and I was like, it's on the wrong one. I can't look at it. You'd have a good day, Timber. Thank you for asking. You know, not too bad. Chill, nothing crazy, but not bad. Just got back from the park with my son, so that was fun. Watching more base review videos and made a mega base inspired by them. Let's go, Jay. But yeah, Jay, if you want your base reviewed, if you're interested in that, of course, you don't have to be, but reach out on the Discord. Let's see if this works. Let me know if everyone gets that on YouTube and Twitch. I think it worked, right? Yeah. Rev, that's not how you spell Discord. You spelled it wrong. It doesn't start with a C. That's Siscord. It's dis with a D. Just a little bit different than what you said. Well, the good news is it worked. Why restart? What do you mean, Anata? Restart? Huh? It's 4 a.m. here in Germany. I woke up for your stream. Talk about commitment. Holy cow. Thank you. That's awesome. Oops, that's the wrong one. Alrighty. Well, is everyone ready? You can't see links on YouTube? Well, that's I guess how it goes. I've been messing with it. It was just like an activation thing, but it doesn't seem to want to work. I have to do some more research on how to figure out how to make my Discord link actually work on YouTube. Let's see, 1 second. Charles, you may look at this set of builds. There's some good ones. There's some good ones. Oh, asking the other guy. I see. Been checking for base tours every day on ground, and I think I saw most on YouTube. Yeah, there's only 4 videos currently. We have couple the streams are up as well, but dang it doesn't actually work. Why does Discord not work on you? I don't know. I can't figure it out. I'm not technical enough for this. How do I join Discord? You just join. I linked it up there a second ago. If you click the Discord, it'll take you directly to it, and then from there you just have to message me your Xbox username. Uh-oh. Come on now. Don't click buttons, apparently. Okay, come on, streamer. 1 sec. My chat's being weird. Understand why that link doesn't work. I don't know. Alright, whatever. No Discord links on YouTube, apparently. File got corrupted with the beta, so I just deleted everything and went back to the base game. Oh no. They did warn about that, unfortunately. That's a bummer though. That's not fun. Base reviews in survival are honestly the best grounded content. Let's go. I think we have a lot of fun with it. You can't type? I can tell, Luderev, you can't type at all. Not that many tours of grounded 2 bases except yours. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the market I'm trying to corner here. Put my Discord on screen? I'm not going to put the Discord on screen. Why would we do that? All right. Let's get into it, you know? All good. Okay. I know you can link on YouTube. I've seen people do it before. Doesn't bother me, but it is a setback for my base tour. It'll be done better this go around. There's no... Yeah, that's a great attitude, you know? It's a great attitude to have for it. I need to warm up my fingers. My hands are frozen right now. Can't wait till I get my base and grounded 1 to the point I'd be willing to share it. I'm really slow in the ideas department. Welcome to everyone's world there, Emolga. That is everyone. It takes a long time. I swear I've seen links on YouTube, but I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. Whatever. Not sure if I should watch you on Twitch or YouTube. I think you are 5 seconds ahead on Twitch. Yeah, YouTube, unless you're running like ultra low latency, it always has a little bit of a delay every time. That is just YouTube, and I try not to run on ultra low latency because it's just lag. Just lag. All right. Okay. Enough chit-chatting. Yeah, we'll figure it out. It's all good. All right. First up tonight, we have Chap. This will be a re-review of their base because their first set of footage got absolutely demolished by stream, unfortunately. So we're going to do it again so they can be part of the video and have fun like everyone else that gets to. Augie, do you have pre-planned bases to look at, or is it subscribers? I have a list of people. Anyone and everyone can get a tour. You don't have to be a sub or anything. I will review anyone's. I just put people on the list as they reach out, and then we go from there. But yes, so back to Chap's base. Let's see what else they changed, because it was already epic, and I can only imagine it's getting better. This already looks so different. This is epic. I'm loving the lighting. That's a theme tonight that I think a lot of people have done a really good job at from what I've seen so far. Is the lighting on everyone's bases is insane. Like everyone is going to have really cool night ones to look at tonight. But I'm loving this entrance so far. The big upgrade. And this base gets a lot bigger. It's not just the can. This is just the mini base in front of the base. Or the functional base before the crazy base. I'm trying to remember all the little details, but I really do love this little can base. It's super efficient. It's got everything you need. Looks super clean. Very well organized. Love the little entrance, too. Really well done. It's a guest house at this point. Honestly, it's perfect. It's a perfect guest house. I imagine it'd be pretty hard to sleep up here anyways. Honestly. What an improvement, Chap. This looks incredible. I know we've kind of seen some of this here and there from some teaser images, but dude, this looks awesome. I love the lighting on your base. It is so good. Super fun. Super interesting. Very fun. I know it's only gotten better. Oop, I'm stuck. What's happening? Okay, you've added your storage and stuff down here. Great little upgrades. Very nice. Like your little water droplet holes here so you can still get to everything. That works really well. I can still tell your lighting is lagging me out just a hair. That's how you know your base is getting to a really good level of detail, is that it's making my computer lag. That's how we know. Wonder if we could pretty good. Gamma's good. Yeah, it's all fine. Not much we can do there. Not going to low. Saw this one on Discord. Yes, it's incredible. I absolutely love your lighting. Like, it was good the first time. I'm just like going into this almost blank because I remember some of the details, but I don't remember everything. And honestly, it's just, the details are amazing. Loving this. It's a really clean little armor displays and stuff. I love that everyone's picking up this detail too. It looks so nice. I feel like your base is already looking so like the rest of it. The top was so well done, and now like all the bottom levels are now feeling like very equivalent in detail, which looks really, really nice. Even like the little entrance here looks super good. I like that you brought all of this detail like all the way throughout this room as well. To keep these little fun details going all the way through. This is really nice. And the backlighting as well. I really like this purple. I might have to change mine to this. You know, I really liked the green, but honestly, this is like a little bit calmer of a light, which looks really nice. And this too, oh, this goes all the way up. Oh. This wasn't here last time either. This is really cool. This is like a perfect little entrance off of that rope too. Well done. Wow. I'm really impressed with these improvements so far. I can barely remember what it all looked like the first time because we've looked at so many bases, but it's looking really nice, Chap. And this is where it gets really fun. Chap has some of the best lighting out of any base we've seen so far. Dude, this looks incredible. I don't know how you did it, man, but you have made it even better somehow. It's freaking awesome. More bugs, more lights. Yeah, you're like, you've even made it like a legit. So if anyone is curious, this is like a fair, like a county fair or a circus sort of design. So you even have like, it now has a level of like, there's someone that comes and takes your ticket for you. Jump right off if you want. That sounds like a scary ride to me, but I don't know. Maybe some people would enjoy that. Wait, where does this go? What the heck? Oh, dude. I absolutely am loving what you've done here. Dude, this is so epic. What the heck? That is such a fun little way to do that, that it, like, multiple, you can go down and up. That's so good. Again, the little shops with everything just still look incredible. The little person behind, the detail, like, you really went all out, is, as I've said before.
It's clean, but
I'm absolutely amazed at the level of detail that you have in here and how much fun you're having with this whole thing, because it looks so good. So incredible. And then you've got, oh, dude, what? Little shooting range game. This is epic. You even have the bows back behind. This is so good, Chap. Oh, I love how you got these to like float and everything. So now they're like, it's like a full-on game. Like you can actually play this. It looks so clean too. The lighting up top, the chandelier and everything. Very good. Still utilizing these little pieces as ways to get around. How did I not even notice that? Dude, your layout is insane. It's gotten even better. Somehow. I don't really know if that's possible, but somehow it's gotten better. I love like all the little ways of getting around this base. Yeah, I'm just going into everything to avoid going in and showing off the best parts, but dude, I'm still so impressed. The lighting looks amazing. I love how you've like switched this up and add even more lighting. The mantis looks freaking epic on this side. We'll go up to the top over there last, I think. So good. Like the red lighting, the blue lighting with the bugs, like everything coming together. Super cool. If you guys haven't seen the little like cages for the bug, kind of like the House of Oddities sort of vibe from it. Got all your different bugs hidden over here. Little museum for them. Really have to like look everywhere. There's just so many little details here as well. You have even people like standing and contemplating what is happening here. I love it. It's so good. Then you got your full-on little balcony out here as well. Love the like little not little, they're not little, they're big. The big mushroom. Love it. It's super cool. Like, what a view. You just look out over the yard. Now we're out here. 5 out of 5 is what chat's saying. I would concur. These are the hard things now. Like, I'm gonna have to grade this base. It's only improved somehow. I didn't really think it was gonna get better, Chap, but it absolutely has. So well done. Even like, I love the way you're messing with the lighting with the bugs as well. Like, small detail that's really easy to miss, but the fact that you're lighting them up so they all glow kind of the same color just makes the details even better. Now, what is this thing? What is everyone waiting in line for, is the question. This is a streamer perks. I get to cut in line. You got your little bungalow over here. Checking out the view. I love it, man. I love that there's like lines and everything now, too. It's a really cool little design as well. I could definitely see Luderav now stealing this idea. I love the way this like comes and meets in the corner, but still is like filled in. Then you built out on the outside as well. This looks really clean. Such a great little deck as I almost walk off the edge. Wow. Well, once again, Chap, you have absolutely blown me away with the details and design of this base. Hopefully the recording comes out a little bit better this time, because wow. This is so good. Ludorev doesn't even know what ideal what he's words
my
are
cells
words today.
rehydrating.
Apparently, Ludorev doesn't even know what he's stealing anymore. There's too many ideas that he wants all of them. I think is what he's really saying. I love this sign, by the way. This is so D's. If you haven't seen their base review, had this with weapon mounts and like shields and stuff, and it's so clean like this. It just looks so nice, even with like the backlighting behind it too. Really well done. So good. Yeah, this base was iconic, but all the extra details and lights really solidified the character of the build. Yes, 100% Pasta. It really has. Like it's just gotten so much better in such a short period of time. It was already so good, and now it's just incredible. Wow. All right, well, the grades are going to be insane on this. So let's just hop into the grades as well, because that is, we've seen everything. We'll run back through and talk about stuff. But first impressions, dude, Chap. I mean, not only, I think what's impressive is this is one of those bases that is, this is fun. This is not like a survival base that's just doing what it does to survive. Like, you have pure function and survival base here already, which is really cool. Like, most people would absolutely die just for the soda can build of this level because it looks so freaking good. The lighting's incredible. But then to also have this thing on top of it is like, makes it so much more interesting as well. Like, I think that's what's so impressive is you've done fun builds and functional builds at the same time, which is you tend to get people like Ludorev, who is incredible at building and builds really cool things that I would put on a similar level to the circus design area. But then you have all the function built into that as well, where like this whole base, I mean, we're even noticing like just more details. Turn that light on. Looks off. I can't turn it on. There's a lower floor. Did I miss it? But yes, in terms of first impressions, dude, it's easy 10 out of 5. Like, I know my grading system is probably not very accurate for you guys, but I think that's part of the fun. It's really on this one, like, there's nothing I can improve, like, just taking my first impressions at it. Oh, it's down there. We gotta get over there. Is it over this way? But yes, it's just gotten even cooler somehow. This is definitely not the intended route. We're gonna find that exit entrance. Oh, wait. Is that it? Aha! I don't know if that was the intended way to get down here. We'll figure it out. Oh. It was a lot easier than I made it seem. Okay. Yeah, 10 out of 5 on first impressions there, Chap. Incredible. Like, honestly incredible. This bedroom is epic, by the way. So I love that you've kept this pattern of the triangles throughout the entire build. And, like, new in different ways in every area, but very, very well done. The mood. This is one of those bases that has, like, its own, like, mood and vibe the entire way out, which I freaking love. The layout and flow. It's an easy 5 on that as well. Like, from the first review that the recording didn't turn out for to this, like, your layout is so fun. It flows really well. It's so interesting to, like, walk around. It's, like, functional in the flow, but you've also just made it really fun and interesting to run around. You've utilized, like, not only the built environment that the devs have given us to, like, add to how you walk through the space and how you explore it, but then there's also the pieces that you've built to explore it as well, which it's a really difficult balance, I think, to keep, where you're having fun. You're not just walking up and down stairs constantly. Like, you've really had a good time with the layout of this base, and it's like you can tell you really thought out how you're getting from one place to another. And what I would say is, like, the other impressive part is everywhere you're looking, it's like, oh, how do I get down there? and it draws you. I think which is the impressive part, is it draws me into each one of these areas to find new and different details in every way. And you've really kind of hit that perfect level of like sprawling treehouse that isn't just haphazard and random. Like it's so easy to get from one spot to the next floor all around. Like you've just made it really fun in all honesty. You've used the bounce webs, and they bounce you up into different places than where you go down on them. Where's this arrow going? It's like, is there a secret door or something? But yes, honestly, the layout and flow, it flows really well. The layout is incredible. It literally feels like you're walking through like a circus. Like you're going through the big tent. You've seen all the fun games that like a fair would have. It's so well done. It just feels legit. Feels very natural. I love how you've had fun with it. The structure and realism, again, such an easy 5 as well, because you've not only like functionally built this to make a lot of sense, just in the sense that you've utilized this big wooden post, but then in the structure of everything, like you're using the pieces of the stump really well. You're building out from it. The realism of like literally making a circus, the fact that like everyone that sees this will immediately know that is exactly the design intent that you had going, which I think is very difficult in a fantasy type game to accomplish something that looks so realistic, or maybe it is immediately recognizable. I think is a really cool thing to be able to accomplish, because it's not as easy as some people might think to recreate like real life ideas in a video game, especially one that's like this. We're shrunken down, random, like fighting bugs, and somehow you've created the effect of a circus vibe in this whole entire base, which I think is incredibly well done. It's impressive, honestly. The materials and aesthetics, again, 5 out of 5, Chap. I think we're gonna see a theme here. Honestly, I should be giving you 10s out of 5s because it is that good. But material-wise, you've done such a good job on the places we've already seen, where you've got like the pebble in the background that creates this really nice texture, but then in front of it, you've done the triangles on top of just really clever ways that you've used the decor items. And I think this is where builds hit that next level of detail, is where you find interesting ways to take simple decor items and you somehow make them into these like epic little designs. As simple as a little sign frame and then in the head mounts. Like, it reads as circus to me. Like, I feel like I've seen this on the outside of like a circus or a fair. These designs, like, they're very easily recognizable. You've also fun little hack for some people. Wait a second, there's more. Literally, again, back to the flow. It's just never ending, dude. It's so impressive every time I see it. This lighting is awesome too on the tree, or the weed, or whatever we want to call it. And you even got your hidden functions as well. Like you've hidden the function with the decor items using the material to also be aesthetic additions. Like, it's again a 10 out of 5 on that. Very impressive. Functionality, again, easy 5. The fact that the base is so functional, but also the most playful base probably that we've seen, in terms of more like Ludrav's builds, where you're just having fun with it. You're building something that interested you, but then you've also integrated a fun circus type design into the functional base as well. Not only in this like little soda can base that works perfectly, and like most people could have stopped there and had no issues. Like, everything here works. Just a really clean, functional base on top of pure fun in design. So again, it's a tough balance to hit that I think you've done a really, really good job on. I'm just impressed. I can't stop walking around and looking at all the little things, and like, it's just everywhere you look, there's just fun little lighting features that you've done such a good job with. lighting should be one of our things, but it kind of fits the materials and aesthetics category. Because, yeah, the chandelier, unique and different. Everything's like, even putting the roof pieces inside to hide things. Little windows everywhere. The fact that you've added these pieces inside the other pieces makes for really interesting, cool designs, honestly, in every single piece. And now you can kind of see it in day as well. It is slightly more epic at night, but I gotta say, it's fun to be able to see like all the effort in adding these little things in. The creativity and theme, I gotta give you 100 out of 5 on this one, Chap. The theme is just so immaculate. Like it oozes. The theme literally oozes exactly what you're trying to do. And I think that is all that anyone can hope for in a base design, is that when someone else sees it, they know exactly, just immediately, my brain knew exactly what this base was. The first time I saw it, I was just blown away, and now it's somehow gotten to this next level where the little pieces where you've added in the ticket taker, front desk area, you have people queuing to get in, you've even like this like little gate thing. I wish that actually functioned. That would be really cool. But just every little detail you've added in here has like taken it, and it's so creative. I think is what's so impressive is you're really pushing the boundaries of all the decor items, how you can use them together, the stuffed bugs becoming like a really well integrated part of the base. I think that's one of the harder things to do in terms of base design. Is functional stuff's awesome. I love seeing it. I'm a very functional type builder, so I really like seeing it. But the harder thing to do is finding ways to like cleverly and creatively integrate like stuffed bugs, integrate the mushrooms, the chairs, like creating these fun moments everywhere you look. I think is where this build goes from like, wow, that's a really, really good build, well done, to like, this is gonna be a tough one for anyone to beat because you've done such a good job. And everyone can take notes on the design details and find your own little ways to steal these ideas and kind of use them in your own base, because there's a lot of things that I think could be taken from this kind of circus designed base build to like actual functioning bases, similarly to how the details in the lower area for the actual function have been translated very, very well between the pure fun, let's have a good time part of the base, to like, hey, this is where things are processed, and the machinery to get everything processed and collected, your chests, like everything just works. The creativity flows throughout both of those two design pieces, so very well done. Improvements. Chap, you did it. I mean, I gave you the improvements. Maybe we throw over the improvements from the first one, because I think that's the best indication of what you've done. Is the first base, there weren't a whole lot of improvements. I talked about potentially upgrading this a little bit, and then bringing the fun that you had in this upper designed area into the lower level, and you've done exactly that. A lot of this was kind of some of the similar designs, but you found a way to bring in these really fun little design decisions throughout the entire base, to where now it really does feel so cohesive. It doesn't feel like the lower functional space is separate from the upper circus base design. Like the theming between the two is very well done. And I think that's what's really impressing me at the end of the day. Is it's not easy to have crazy designs where you just build them for pure fun, but then find a way to like make this stuff work in the actual functioning part of your base. So very, very well done. I'm impressed. And honestly, improvements, I feel worthless now. Like, I don't even know what to tell you to do anymore, because you've done it. Like, the only thing you could do is look up more circus stuff, more like fair things, and potentially find like maybe building over to this other one, because the only thing I want to see is more. Like, I can't get enough of it, honestly, is what I'm really trying to say. Is I want to see more of your base designs. Build a brand new base maybe for us to review, because I got nothing for you on this one. It is there's not one piece where I'm like, I would change that. Just every piece of it feels intentional, feels well designed, feels thought out. There's not huge empty spaces anywhere. You've even taken this like central area and made it an interesting design piece as well. So it's like every piece of it is just really well done. But yeah, everyone give it up for Chap. So well done, honestly. Thank you once again, Chap, for letting me review this one and show it off. Get the recording right this time, because this base really deserves to be highlighted in a video. And I did not want to use the crappy footage, because this was too good. And somehow, I think I'm even happier that we get to use this now, because it's even better than it was. It was already good. Yeah, a Ferris wheel. That's the only improvement I could tell you to make. Somewhere over there, or wherever, there needs to be a massive Ferris wheel. That would be epic. I can already see like this lighting effect kind of working in a Ferris wheel as well. So very well done. Thank you, Chap. Really appreciate you. Let me look at this one again and show it off, because it's awesome. It's so well done. It's fun. It works. It's everything you could hope for, honestly. So once again, thank you. Appreciate it. Wow, Chap. That's insane, dude. This is so good. It's not like I've said that 100 times, but dude, it is so good. So well done. So well done. Every piece of it. All the little details, just all of it. I just can't stop running around it. I just want to live here. Luckily, I have a save now, so it's my base. Ugh. Alright, get me out of here before it breaks my computer, because it's too good. Oh, hey, work soon again. Rock Me, thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it, man. Hope I caught you before you said bye. This amount of lighting would crash your console. Yeah, it's nearly crashing my PC, honestly. That base. Yes, that is a master base, I would say. My thumbs are sore from farming sprigs. Honestly, I don't doubt that at all. That was insane. Chandeliers are amazing. The scorpion bed would look amazing. Keep an eye on all the VODs and keep looking at them all. Yes, Simulka for sure. Trying to catch up on all the chats I missed. Wow. Very well done. Yeah, I just do this to steal all your guys' worlds, honestly. That's all I'm here for. It's purely a selfish endeavor. Being like, hey, chat, get this sick build? Yes. Right? Wow, magically, Timber just ended up with this crazy circus base. Like, I don't understand how he did it. It's just that good. Yeah, honestly, I mean, like, no, I'm just here for ideas. Get rid of some of these saves so it doesn't lag us out. Yeah, Shikaka, I think yours is going to be a similar challenge on my my PC. But that is all good. That's what we're here to do. If bases are so good that they break my computer, that's fine. If my bases haven't broken my computer, then, you know, I will happily let one of you do it. It just means it's good. All right, next up we have Caleb and his girlfriend, I believe. Bananarama. Yeah. This one. Oh, this is a good one too. Now, I'll start it off. Don't anyone here compare yourself to Chap. That's Chap's second review. All right? We just had to do a second one because the recording got destroyed. It was not good enough for everyone. We had to do it justice. I am turning my screen off real fast so we don't spoil it because I think I'm looking directly at it. Yes. Yeah, another fun one. I gotta say, tonight, the lighting is insane. Everyone has done some crazy, interesting lighting that I'm just like, in a new and different way. Gotta find the front of this base, hold on. Where the heck? Okay, here we go. I found it. We're here. Seven days till the update. Ugh. Can it come faster? New build challenge, break your PC, helps convince the wife to build a new one. I don't need a new one, though. This one's not that old. I'm not getting one that's better, I don't think. Until I didn't plan to have this save shared with anyone but by what I named it, me and my wifey. Hey, that's a perfect name, Blue. Nothing wrong with that. What are you saying, Rad? Man, this stuff puts my base and builds to shame. Hey, I think that's what everyone, like... That's why I love doing what we're doing here, is like my own little, like, I'm gonna chime in here. I don't care if you have the biggest, best base ever built, and we look at that, and the next one we look at is a soda can build. That's what I think is so cool about this, is that we get to see something crazy like Chap's, where, like, Chap is having an absolute blast just building craziness. And then we can switch it up and look at more of a small base. And I think what's so cool is that we can all take something from it. You can steal Chap's lighting because it looks incredible, but most people aren't going to be building like a circus base, kind of like fair style design. And so that's what's so cool about it, is that everyone's going to get inspiration from all the different things we see. And someone might look at Chaps and be like, that is literally the dumbest thing I've ever seen, because they're not interested in the like Luderav style and my style of building things that aren't necessarily useful. We're just building to build. But then you look at the soda cans that we've looked at 3 or 4 soda can bases now. We've looked at like root bases, and they're all different sizes. They're all different designs. And that's what makes it so freaking fun to see these, is everyone can take something from everyone's base. Someone's going to want a massive base that they're trying to like design, and they're going to get ideas. And someone's designing just their normal starter base and is going to be inspired by anything and everything that we look at. So I think that's what's so cool about it. All my friends left because they didn't like to build. Yeah, that's the good news. They'll be running back when they get new stuff. So yes, mushroom bricks, feather roofs. Ugh. Someday. And so much better at building and thinking creatively since joining this community. And yes, that's what's so cool, is someone could look at Chap's build and go, okay, I could up my base now. Like, I could do something, and then like my sandcastle city build could be something for like Chap to be like, wait, I have a long way to go. Like, there's still more that I can build and design into this. And so you get to push it however far you want, which is, I think, what's really cool. Once the PTV is over, I can figure out how to leave it. Then he can come review. Oh, once the PTB's over, directly the game updates, and so you don't have to even leave it. You're just good to go. That's the great part. All right, what time is it? Is this good? All right. Next up, we have Caleb and their partner. They have built a fun little base over here in the like little crater thing. Don't really know what to call it, but great little spot. We've actually seen a couple builds from this area, which I think is it's really fun to see how everyone's designing these different spaces. They pick the same base locations, but they all come up with totally different ideas. So let's get into it. I love the little... This is what I thought was so cool about this base location, is it just already has this like perfect fortress vibe to it to get into the whole thing. You have this like perfectly little laid out space in here to build like a little fortress base, which is exactly what we've done. When we get outside, you guys will kind of see it, but I have not seen any of the inside of this. I love the chandelier. This is super clean, and I love seeing the differences between people's chandeliers. Like, there's chaos chandeliers, there's chaos lighting, and then there's like this super even, perfectly laid out lighting, which, like, for me personally, this is like chef's kiss. I am a very clean, simple aesthetic kind of person. Every once in a while, like going crazy and stuff, but it's just very clean, simple bases are like some of my favorite things to view. But very functional so far. Great little armor stands. I love that everyone's doing these like poses and stuff. It's not the same exact thing like what I used to do for my armor stands and all that. So I really like how clever everyone's doing. How's this lit? Is that just that? I really like the way these stairs light up in this. I feel like in Grounded 1, the stairs didn't light up as well. as they do. Looks really well. Oh. I guess we'll see what's down there. Got your guys' little bedroom. Just all these little things that I see and I want to get over. Follow the path. Follow the path. This way? Okay, here's all your chests and stuff. Very clean, nice. Oh, that's what all the names were. That makes sense. Very well done. Super clean, simple, easy to use. We're in the towers. How do we get over there? Do we get over there? Do we have to go outside? Let's go. There. A door. These doors are like invisible to me for some reason. I never noticed the little handle for some reason. Oh, you got your little pallet storage out here. Absolutely love the lighting on this one. We're gonna get to the outside as I make sure. Is there anything in here? There is. How do I get in there? I want to see what's in these turrets. Like this way? Oh, there's doors. See, they're invisible. It's like invisible if you're not paying attention. Can't even find the doors in your own house? Yeah, that's my challenge. Blindly reviewing people's bases is like... Oops. Works really well, but it's purely figuring it out as I go, which is fun. Love that you actually can get into the little towers, too. Just have like your separate bedrooms and everything, so you can have all your stuff. Love it. This is a two-person base. Or at least two-person base. I don't know if there's more or not. Very well done on all of that. Absolutely love the path work that you've done through here. I think not enough people mess with the pebble path stuff, because it just...
Filling up the tank.
It looks so natural and good. Like, I'm such a big fan of all the pebble paths. Don't want to go out there. It'd be dangerous. It's like these, like, I almost immediately, when I saw this, thought of, like, the little, like, fairy lights almost. Like, it's such a nice color. It's just a really nice color choice. It just looks so good at night. You can't even get the full effect unless I'm, like, flying. Very, very well done with the lighting on this base as well. And I love that these kind of, like, just hover around the path and kind of follow it wherever it goes. It's really well done. I love that everyone's using this idea that we've, like, come up as a community with. And everyone's just changing it, making little adjustments. Coming up with how to make it work in their own base. It just looks really good. And, like, you got paths in between all the houses and stuff. You have all your function everywhere. Really good job on the layout of this whole thing. It really feels like an actual fortress. Like, if you really look up kind of medieval old fortresses and stuff, you can really get a good idea of how well this is actually laid out and done when you've done some of that research. Many years of architectural history for me. I immediately recognize, like, these really interesting ideas. And if you guys don't know, this is built on, like, 150,000 grids, by the way. Easy to miss, but the walls, the amount of time put into making these walls, because every single thing here is changing. Like, inside here is so many grids to make this work. I think is so well done. Even, like, the lighting on the top to, like, light through so the top shines red and then everywhere else is, like, slightly different colors is really cool. I love this, like, your little design for these roof pieces as well. Anytime you see that lantern build, you know they came from this community. Yes. I love seeing the patterns. Like, everyone starts picking up on these, like, little fun designs that we all come up with, and I think what's so cool is everyone does it differently. Like, I've never seen someone just copy paste it. Like, it's always the way it's used works so well in each individual person's base. Even though it's the same rough idea, somehow it always ends up being something that thematically fits this other person's base, which I think is really cool. That is what me and Luderev, like, feed off of, is seeing the same designs like 600 different ways, because every base is a little bit different, every design is a little bit different, and so it's really fun seeing how different ideas can be manipulated to fit different designs. Really good job with all the little details, though. Like, I'm really loving this base. I think this location specifically is such a cool spot as well. I think it's one of the... there's just so much you can do with it. And it's so different from the other ones we've seen so far. But, like, even, like, utilizing so much of the built environment so well. You didn't just... Like, I think what I really like is you didn't just build a foundation and cover up all of this really cool terrain that's in this area, which I think would have been a mistake in many ways, because it adds so much detail to the overall design. The way, like, you're using these little upper platforms, even like lighting up the little pieces over here, just to like add to the details. You're not just lighting your base, but you're like backlighting the roots and stuff too. Is very well done, very, very clever. Trying to make sure I didn't miss any little details or anything. It's not like the biggest base ever, but it's so well done. The white lights look like water lilies. Yeah, that's a really good way to explain them. Even like your fun little thing here for your water as well. Anything else over here? Like, you had fun with the turret placement. Again, I love this outer wall. I think there's a lot of potential with these, like, meandering wall designs that I think are a lot of fun. I could just run through this thing all day. This is the level of outer wall that I want to build eventually, but we're a ways off. All right, well, let's get into the scoring of this one. I think we saw it all. Very well done. First impressions, I have to give you a 5. Honestly, all the little details, the thought, like it's the little decisions that you've made that really impress me in this base overall. The fact that you've worked with the terrain of this area, and if you haven't seen this specific base location in your world, go check it out, because it looks so dramatically different. Like, you've completely transformed this entire area of the grounded, or the park, which is, it doesn't look like what it used to be. And I think that is the ultimate goal when you're building these types of bases, is that it completely transforms every piece of the area that you're working within, where it's not just a base that was built where the base is cool, but you've really done a good job integrating the landscape and the terrain into this base, utilizing the stump, utilizing the like little pit. We'll call it the pit, I guess. But you've done a really good job doing that. So easy 5 on my first impressions. Super impressed with the lighting that you've done. I love that you have like this kind of like main little castle in the center, and then this fun wall that goes around, but it's not just like one plain boring wall. Like, even the amount of time it takes to build on this many grids is not an easy task. So it may look simple. I think that's the mark of doing good off-grid building, is when you're just looking at it, this doesn't look like it would be that crazy to build. It just feels natural. And that's it's very difficult to do with off-grid building, especially on these crazy walls. And you've like integrated the different pieces together very well. Welcome in, Josue. All right, just to finish the path, I blueprinted out 400 pebbles. Yeah, these paths are super expensive too. This is not a small amount of pebbles to collect to go all the way around these areas. Like, very impressive. Yeah, 140 days for all of this it's a lot of work in a very short period of time. The layout and flow, again, I think I have to give you a 5 on that as well. I think in terms of the way you've laid this whole area out, it feels natural. I think it's the very difficult thing to do in this game, especially with like our kind of like 90-degree grid system that the game has, it can be very difficult to make things feel supernatural and like they just fit within these random terrain places that are in the world. But you've managed just so well to utilize like fun little spaces. Like you easily could have just built a wall around here, but you've made a very intentional decision to kind of make this a fun little space, to make these spaces like fun little interesting things. You've utilized every square inch of this like crater space. So I think the layout and flow, it's fun. Even on the inside of the base, like it functions. You get to each room very easily. It's super kind of simple and well laid out. It's not overly complicated, but there's also like just a lot of really, really good details that have been added to it. The structure and realism, these are always so hard because like your base is on the ground, so the structure is not necessarily that important, but at the same time, like building this outer wall, like for the amount of effort that you put into this, is like I can't give you anything but a 5 because I know how difficult it is to do what you're doing here. And like you can see little things here and there, of course, but it's incredibly difficult to get this kind of stuff to work where you can actually run and like go through this without falling through holes and getting caught on all the little edges. So like you've done a really good job taking this, I guess, in terms of realism as well, being a 5 on this, you've created exactly what my mind was thinking. Every time I see this base, I think, wow, I want a big fortified wall around the whole outside of it. I want to utilize this like crater in the center in this like little entry space that goes through the dirt. And you've done exactly that. And so the realism of it, and as I had said, like it does feel, we don't have all the materials in the world, so it's hard to like grade it on materials specifically right now, but I visually see exactly what was being done here. Like I can tell that you were trying to create this like fortified little village space with your kind of like main castle slash base slash house all in the one. And so I'm very, very impressed with the layout and the way the layout as well to do the paths to naturally go through here. Like that part of a layout is it's very easy to just like look at be like, okay, cool, laid out well, works, functions for your jerky racks. But I'm so much more impressed by the way you've meandered these paths around the entire exterior of the base, because I know the level of detail that it takes to make it look as good as it looks. So it's very well done. The materials and aesthetics, again, it looks so nice. These lights are so well done. They're freaking awesome. You've done a really good job lighting up each one of these spaces. Nothing feels like just random or haphazard. It just looks good. It feels like every piece of this was designed intentionally, which is like one of my focuses, where it doesn't feel like you just decided, well, I guess I'll just throw something right here for the heck of it to fill up space. Like you found interesting little spaces and you've created fun little design moments in each one of them. So I think materials and aesthetics on the outside, you're doing a great job. The detail is awesome. I think we could push the house just a tad bit, which we'll talk about in the improvements and stuff. So I might give you a 4 out of 5 on the materials and aesthetics, because I think we could push materiality maybe a little bit more here. But at the same time, like aesthetically, it is just aesthetically pleasing to the eye and everywhere you look. So it's also very well done. Functionality, again, it's hard to give anyone anything but a 5 on this because it functions. It works. The base makes sense. It is not only a functional base in the sense that it holds all the things that you and your girlfriend need. It's functioning. You have everything in a close enough proximity that it's all going to work together. You have your own little like spaces that you each get to have, which is really well done. You've made a multiplayer base function really well, where it can be kind of haphazard and random. I played with a couple buddies one time, and our base was cool, but it also was like ridiculous because everyone wanted to do their own little thing in each area. And so it's very easy with multiple minds working on something to start getting just like haphazard and crazy. So I think to keep the function working, everything's laid out. You have interesting design decisions in how you get to the different like things you're going to use around the base as well, which I think is a thing to point out and pay attention to, because it's all well figured out. Like, you've planned things very well, and even if you didn't necessarily plan them, you found a way to make it all kind of function and work together really well. The creativity and theme, again, I hate giving everyone 5s because it seems like I'm just being biased to not hurt people's feelings, but my genuine feeling is that, like, this is a really interesting base. You're very creative. The theme of, like, kind of this fortified base built in this crater is very, very well executed overall. There's very few things that I look at and go, oh, I would have moved this path over there. Like, this path feels like it belongs here. And so that's like, you pick a theme and you stick with it, and you make those design decisions based off of that, where your base is located, the area, the terrain and stuff around it. Like, it works very well. And I think it's very easy to lose that sense of, you kind of start doing things and then you come up with new designs and then things change, and it can get kind of, it can very easily kind of like start to become this jumbled mess. But you guys have done a very good job making consistent design decisions throughout the entire thing, to where it feels like one cohesive base, even though this is almost more of like a little mini village inside of this thing. So I think, again, very impressed with the creativity, especially to take on the challenge of off-grid building, to build this entire wall to perfectly like follow this really cool space. I think it's a big commitment. And I think a lot of people don't really realize how difficult this bridge is until you start building off-grid, and then you really start to appreciate the amount of effort that it takes to build this kind of stuff, because it's really well done. It looks cool. It's fun. You see me jumping around and doing this kind of stuff, that means I'm enjoying myself typically. In terms of improvements, honestly, like, not major improvements by any means, because I am very happy with what I see. The decisions that you've made, each little area feels very well thought out. I would think the only thing that I can even comment on is pushing your materials just a little bit further, maybe. I think what I really like in terms of the materials is that you've switched up from pine to the pebble pillars, and then you're making these like grass towers, and you've switched up all those, which I think is good, because it's very easy to kind of fall into, like, you're using pine, so you just keep using pine and keep using pine, and it can be overdone very quickly, especially I think pine walls specifically, because they're just dark. There's not a whole lot of texture that you necessarily see when you just do a big wall of them. So you have done a good job breaking them up with windows and stuff. I like that you've separated the towers out in terms of the materials, and you've kind of used multiple materials, but I think you could also kind of start pushing some of these other buildings, where maybe some of this, where you do have like a little bit of it with this circular piece, but maybe trying to find more ways to bring in these little towers into these as well. I do like that you've kind of used these on the corners to kind of mimic that, and I think you could keep going with it. Potentially like breaking up some of these bigger pieces. I think that's the one downside of pine that I notice currently, is the big walls look very big and plain. If you don't break them up with like the triangle pieces and stuff. So you could push the level of, or the amount of materials you're using just to break up some of those bigger walls. But overall, I mean, that's a minor critique overall, because you've done a really good job doing the palisade walls, mixing it up with the actual terrain, then creating your own level spaces where you need it. So at the same time, like, it is very well done on the material side, but I think visually breaking up some of these pieces, maybe that's using some more grass towers in some of these corners or something. You can't really see a lot of this, so at the end of the day, like, I wouldn't change a whole lot anyways, but I think you could potentially take this front entrance to another level. Bringing this front entrance to look as epic as your own little base in the middle and with all the lighting and stuff. I know it's kind of hard because this is like where you're getting attacked. I'm pretty sure there's a scorpion that spawns somewhere around here. So it's easy to say that, like, you guys have built this so if it gets destroyed, it's easy to fix. But I think maybe like bringing in some of your base design on this front entrance could be really cool. I think that would help sort of... You go in, it's like, wow, this is epic. This is really well designed. But the outside of it can also be on that level. Even if it gets destroyed every once in a while. You could potentially, in a small... I'm reaching for things to work on here just to give you some pieces. So I have something that you can work on. I always try to give everyone a little bit of constructive criticism, just because everyone's bases, my bases included, can get better. And sort of getting someone else's perspective, I think, is a good way to do that. Or at least maybe look at those areas and come up with them in your own way, how you'd want to change them. But outside of that, potentially changing some of those... Who's attacking me? Don't destroy the base. Rude. Let me in. Dang it. I go to the door. Over there. Just trying to think, yeah. Yeah, I love all the exterior stuff. I think, if anything, more lights as well. I love these lights so much that I do want to see more of them, potentially. Not just on this backside. If you can find other ways to maybe toss them in and sort of light some of these other ways, I think that would also help with the additional materials. It's just more detail, I think, is what I'm looking for in some of the areas, like switching this up and maybe making this a more, like, designed piece. I like that you've decided to make a little water catchment area outside of your base. It is very difficult to get this all to work inside because you need a lot of height, but bump it up. Like, you made a design decision. This is where I say, like, I like this idea. I like that you've done this water tower. Now make the water tower insane. Like, bump the level of design up to where, like, this is. To where you have these towers and, like, different materials. Build it out. Like, it's very well done where it is, but I think if you can find ways to, like, continue creating little cohesive design pieces, whether that's, like, put in 2 little things here as well, doing the little lights on that. Maybe you could add some of these pieces in and just kind of push this just a little bit further. I think you'll start to really see, like, an insane amount of detail. And that's why I love this. Like, it's a really good sized village overall. It's not so massive that it's really hard to continue adding details, but as you keep building and you keep playing the game as updates come out, like, it gives you a really good opportunity overall to just continue kind of creating the cohesive design decisions that you've made, and continuing. I kind of think of it as like doubling down. If you make a design decision, double down and make it more. Do it again, because that's where a lot of the cohesiveness when you see villages is kind of, it can be difficult, where you can find interesting design decisions that you also kind of switch them up between the buildings, where I like that you've kind of done these little decisions and then just kind of keep it going. Just keep pushing it. Because honestly, I think it's a really cool base. I think this is a really good one for a lot of people that aren't necessarily interested in, like, mega building. It's just enough space that it will push a lot of people to build a little bit bigger than maybe they're comfortable with. But it's not so much space that it's, like, overwhelming to design. Like, you have one main base, a cool wall around the outside, and then you put a lot of little functional pieces. So it works really well. But yes, once again, thank you, Caleb, and your partner. Really appreciate you two letting me look at this base. It's really cool. Really well done. Super fun. I'm very impressed with the amount of effort that you guys have put into building this exterior wall, the little lights, the fun little decisions on these outside pieces, even just the way you meander through it. Like, very well done. Once again, another impressive base. All right. What another fun one. Again, the lighting tonight is, like, I noticed a theme that we're all going to see just cool lighting decisions all night long. I'm very impressed. You love the spicy candy shrine? Yeah, right? Those are another thing that I didn't necessarily talk about, but in terms of using the built environment, I think that's another, like, you build in an area, you find this, like, little spot that looks cool, like, build around them. Find a box like this, add it to your base in some way, shape, or form. find interesting ways to use the terrain, and it adds so much detail without actually like building anything, just to pick an interesting place to build in general. This is why I talk about don't just build on the first flat surface you see, because that doesn't make for cool bases. It makes for very difficult bases to design. Morning, Adrian. Welcome in. We're in between bases. I just gotta say the chandelier you made in your sandbox city was god tier. That was... You can thank Luderav for that chandelier. I came up with the idea, but he's the one that kept pushing me to build it bigger and more epic and more interesting. So, many thanks to Luderav on pushing that one. I'm not going to say because I don't want this to get fixed. I could show update is out. What? One block infinite elevators. Interesting. You'll have to send that in the Discord. And don't let Jade see it or he'll ruin it. So much going on, I forgot to finish most things. I apologize in advance. No, I appreciate builds that aren't per se done. Like, Chap's base is at that level of like what they've built is done. And so it's a lot harder to critique or like give improvements when it's like done to that level. So it gives me something to work with and offer advice on, which I think is something that I personally enjoy doing. So I enjoy seeing bases that aren't necessarily 100% done. I think it's not a negative thing. Rad, what are you on your SAS on Xbox? I have you on the list. Weren't you in PTV? Or were you talking to someone else? Oh, you're talking to Ducky. Yeah. Yeah, DM away, Ducky. All right. Shikaka, do you want to go next? Are you ready? Or do you want me to wait a little longer? All right. Shikaka is up. Tried to use these as inspirations, but I want to know good locations to do cool things with as well. Yeah, I think it's like a twofold sort of thing, where we're getting to see a lot of interesting base locations and interesting bases in those areas as well, which I think is part of the fun. Right, Shikaka. One's yours. There it is. All right, let's turn it off because I think I'm inside the base. Astro Lizard with the bat. Does everyone have the bat thing now? Everyone spam your Tour Tuesday emotes in the chat. The worst part about this, I gotta remember my own emote names. Why doesn't it show mine? Struggles of using a chat bot thing. Hey, load. Wasn't loading, sorry. There we go. Tour Tuesdays, let's go. Shikaka's turn, can't wait. I know. Shikaka's been hyping this up. All I've seen personally is the screenshots that they've sent, so very excited to see this one. Holy cow, Shikaka. What the... Dude, this is so much bigger than you. What the heck am I standing in? Bro, what the heck is this? Shikaka, do you want me to start in this like tower thing? Or do you want me to start somewhere specific? Timber 67, that's the one. Wait, that's not what I said. Start there? Alright, perfect. You're gonna have to guide me around this one. It's freaking huge. Apparently my things don't work on my stupid streamer bot. Whatever. Give me a moment to get into my Xbox and I'll invite you. Ah, nice. Highest Tundra, welcome in. All right. Where do we want to look? Let's look this way. Because this needs to be one of those like epic reveal moments. You know it's crazy when I'm standing on a tower and we're supporting 582 things directly above me. Because this is nuts, Shikaka. You guys are going to have some fun here. This is a really cool one. All right. Next up, we have Shikaka. This base is built in the like garden bed area. This is a newer location, actually. We haven't reviewed anything in this area. It's a super cool base location, honestly. It's a little kind of separated from the rest of the map, but at the same time, like the flower bed garden area is really a cool spot to build. So I'm really interested to see how this one looks. And from first glance, looks good. You're gonna want to see this one. So, not only is this a massive city, which I think to do this justice, we gotta escape. Because not only are we in a hot air balloon right now, guys. We're in a hot air balloon to start this base. Like, what? What? Shikaka, dude. This is insane. Now, this isn't finished either, which I think is the incredible part. But just look at how much is built here. Like, don't ignore the fact that we were just in the first hot air balloon that I've seen in any base tour thus far. Like, this thing is everywhere. Freaking everywhere. And to make it even better, we got to go show off Shikaka's name real fast. How do I get down, Shikaka? I don't want to die. Oh, okay, we're dying. All right, we're good. We're good. I'm alive. Wow. I don't even know where to start, dude. This is insane. It's so much bigger than I thought it was. I love these. I love the little, like, camping tents and everything, like, setting up. Dude, the level of detail already is on one. Wow. It is Batman, right? Wow. I'm just looking. Alright, let's get into it. Let's see what happens. So again, not totally finished. They're still working through some stuff, but honestly, even these little spaces are already starting to look interesting. You know how this is possible? That balloon does not connect to the floor. There is ways to structurally build like that. It takes a little breaking of the game. Dude, these entrances are super cool. Love the trees. The dojo, very nice. And then we'll have to go over to the dome at the end. I really enjoy these little, like, as you said, a dojo area. Feels very, very much like that. Dude, what? There's even more down below? You're like up in the trees. Well, I could definitely feel the performance of my computer struggling a bit, so I know you've built massive. And yes, still some work to be done, but I think on this size of a build, I think having something like this completely done would be ridiculous. There's a lot of hours put into building this thing. I love that you've wound all the way around to get all the way up here to build this little base. Even if it's just the facade to get it started. It's really cool. Like, I can see the potential of everything you're doing, I think, is what is super impressive. You're having a lot of fun with it. I'm gonna try not to fall to my death. Take the safe route. Take the safe route. Don't kill yourself already. Love this too. utilizing the like I was just saying about the other base that we just reviewed, just utilizing the fun little things that are built in the area that you decided to build in is always really cool. That is the T-bar. I like it. I like it. Even just like your little ramp or your little your bridge. I didn't even notice that it had the detail down below. Super cool. Yeah, I really like that. Oh, in the entrance. I see, I see. Oh, that's perfect. That works even better. I'm getting lost. Hopefully my performance isn't too horrible for everyone. God, you even lit everything back here and stuff? Wow. Very cool. I know it's a lot of the facades of the buildings getting started, but like the fact that you built the front of all of these makes it really interesting. Oh, this is a really cool little detail, dude. I was wondering what you were doing. I didn't realize that previously, that's the, you're making like backlit windows. That looks super nice. Feels like an ancient city? Yes, it really does. Yeah, that's a really nice effect to get like a backlit window, especially with the ladder in front, and then your trees are really well done. Why when I make trees do they never look this good? They literally never look this good. They look horrific whenever I make them. I'm jealous. Very jealous. I've tried to make those trees so many times, and they just never work out for me. Yes, it does look Japanese, for sure. Wow. Oh, crap. Ah! Run away! Too young to die. Alright, how... The question is... How am I supposed to navigate this place? I guess we'll just go up. I love your little trees. Well, this one's not little. This is a huge tree. You do a really good job making these look nice. Honestly, I can never make them look that good. A hot tub. Dude. Heck yes. And like the fact that you've made this little hot tub space, but you hid it inside the roof of the building is super cool. Very clever. All your like functional pieces. We're not even in the main base. I want to like... We haven't even seen like the best part. Not the best part, but it's really good. What's up, Uzin? Welcome in. Give Shikaka the little plug here. You didn't notice. They built a sign with their name on it. On the front of that build. I had to point it out because it looks... it's a lot of effort to make that. Super cool. We'll see it when we come out that way before we get into the dome they're building. But... Wow. It's so big, dude. Devs, please help my performance. Shikaka's base is too big. It's breaking everything. It's a fun little parkour challenge right now, trying to figure out where to go. I can tell this is going to be, like, super interesting once you have all this stuff finished. There's going to be so many cool little areas to, like, go look at. If this was finished, we'd be doing, like, an hour-plus review. Over ramp? Yeah. I was like, I think this is where we want to go. Wow. Alright, let's look at the inside. Look at these details first. There's so much to see. And then we'll go see the cool outside. Wow. Dude, this is epic, Shikaka. It's like the Tomb Raider rune. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Survival as well, yes. So much detail. I love... You know, I was wondering what you did with the garden area, the little garden patch here. I absolutely love what you're doing here. The pathway going through the center of it. Super cool, super clever, fun little way to kind of like divide it up, but then use it as like an interior courtyard, I think is really cool. And like I can already see like how you're enclosing these things. The base itself, I mean, dude. Got 1,000 materials out. Wow. This is gonna be freaking huge, dude. Wow, what the... What is dude, what? What? Hold on a second. Dude, what am I even looking at right now? What? Okay, first off, look at how great this looks at night. Love all the lighting and stuff. Sorry, it's too fast. Yeah, the lighting looks amazing on these flowers, but dude, what the heck is this? What the heck? And a clock? What is a freaking clock? It's literally a clock. What is happening here, Shikaka? What is this? This is so much bigger than I thought it actually was. The sneak peeks images do not do it justice. What the heck are you building up there? What is happening? Can we actually get up there, Shikaka? Or is that yet to be built? How the... I mean, you have to be able to get up there, right? There's somewhere here we can get around, right? Dude, you even have stuff over here. Is this a freaking sumo ring? Dude, what the heck? Climb the clover roofs. I'm just nerding out over here right now. Dude, this is going to be one of the coolest spaces I've ever seen. Are you kidding me right now? Wow. Freaking, the last thing I expected was a sumo wrestling rink over in the corner. Like, what? Okay. Let's see how high we can get up on this thing. See if we can see all these details. We need it all. I'm really enjoying. I know like you don't have the insides of any of the bases finished for the buildings, but like seeing the front facade of each of these is really cool. Really cool little details. I haven't seen a whole lot of this. Everyone's been using the thatch or the pine roofs, and I really like the clover roofs on this. Like, it looks really nice. Okay. Oh, wait a second. That needs to be seen at night. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, this detail is really, really well done, too. Like, what? Wow. And like, how freaking high does this go? What, Shikaka, what is even up here? What is this? What is all of the stuff going up this way? What is happening? Blue, I hope you're joking. I know it's hard to go after really cool bases, but there's a purpose and a reason I like showing off all different designs. This is an overwhelming amount of insanity for the majority of players in the game. These are fun to show off, but most people are just like, what? How? Dude, how freaking insane. It's like its own parkour puzzle, too, that I can't help but just keep jumping up. Oh, good. You have an infinite, infinite dandelion tuft. Jump. Willow, jump. Game needs longer lighting render distance. Yes, I would 100% agree. Okay. I'm going to spend 4 hours running to the top of this, but I just wanted to show... Dude, you go all the way to the top? Are you serious right now? Even the fact that you like line these up with each level too is so cool. It's where the throne room is going to be. Dude, this is epic. It even looks like you've recreated this design piece too, so it looks very natural. Like at first glance, you don't even really notice it. Wow. Yeah, you need a bounce elevator for this, for sure. Wow. Holy cow, Shikaka. Please. Okay, I do have a dandelion tuft. Please don't die right this second. Gotta go to the top? Alright, fine. We can cut it out. We'll be really quiet for this portion. I won't say anything about the base review specifically. Alright. I was told I have to go all the way to the top. So we're gonna go all the way to the top, and I'll cut to when we're there. That way we can shorten this portion down for YouTube. You had something else built? Alright, we'll check it. I'll do it. You put the effort to build up here. Who am I to say no? Love the build. Def gives that Japanese vibe, right? Walking through that spot today and imagine a big build there, and then you see it. Like, that's always the funny part. It's like, I've always thought of a cool idea here, and then I never do it, and then I see someone, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm not even gonna try. Jump. Why is this one so difficult? Boom. Using my brain. Wait a second. Uh-oh. Using every brain cell I have to hopefully not fall to my death. Yeah, bro, you're gonna need a bounce web elevator, for sure. That'd have been the first thing I built here. This would drive me insane. Oh, jeez. Oh, no. And I'm building something around the oak tree? Holy cow, dude. When are you having time to do all this, is what I'm curious about. Like, this is enough to keep everyone busy for the entire 2 months the game's been out. How are you building other things, too? Luckily, this doesn't change anything on your world, so these are only moved on my save. Making stairs in an elevator, thank good. I'm a failure. I knew I was going to do that. Rough life. Okay, can we respawn? Something?
Function over fashion, Willow.
Oh good, we're not too far away. What? Ah, get rid of that. Give me speed. You'll post screenshots? Okay. I lied. We're not going to the top. I died at the very top, and we never got there, so I suck. Yeah, I will, if you send some screenshots, we can throw those over the top. I'll put them in the build, or in the video so everyone sees. Because yikes. Or when you make the bounce web elevator, let me know. Alright. So, we epically failed getting the top, but here are some screenshots from Shikaka to show you what they're building up there. It's going to be like an epic throne room. As if this stuff isn't already epic as it is. Somehow they're adding more epicness to it. And we have the crazy dome. I love the bridge design too. These are really fun little decisions. And like the piece de resistance. I think we have to see this one at night too. Yeah, dude. I love your... Dude, you even have, like, things happening inside of it. Like, not only did you go through the effort of making a sign with your name, like, the sign is interactive in so many ways. Your lighting is super cool. The detail... I love that you've taken this design piece and put it everywhere. And, like, the lighting... Really good job with the, like, overhang type... or underhang, I don't even know what you'd call that. loving like the exterior detail work on all these different places. And even like the rainbow lighting all the way around. Dude. Impressive. I wish the distance was further. You even have like all your pallets and stuff up there too. This is really well done. Really well done. I like that you even switched up. Like it's not just a mirror image on both sides necessarily. It looks really cool. It adds a lot of like visual detailing. Gosh, you even have stuff all the way down at the bottom too. Wow. And then the last piece, as if there wasn't enough already, we also have this crazy dome structure thing that Shikaka is making. I'm gonna fall through the floor. Shikaka, what is gonna be in here is my question. Because this is gonna be freaking insane. And like I already can see from your lighting and stuff, like insane. I know this is going to be insane because of the other stuff you built. Even though it's like has so much to go still, like I can tell how much... I can tell how insane it's going to be. Another village inside the dome? You're going to have a village inside the dome. Like what? Even this. Like I don't know what half the stuff is, but I like it. I want it. Yeah, it does remind me of like a beehive. I haven't really seen anyone try to build a dome either. It's not an easy task with squares. Wow. Is there anything else I missed? The oak tree? Which... Oh, we're down. Hello? Like, oh, this oak tree.
Giddy up!
Oh no. It's in progress? All good. This obviously doesn't seem like the correct way to get up there. Who let this random dude stream and has no clue what he's even doing? No! I knew I was gonna do that. See if I can maybe find the right way to get up here. Through the power of editing. If it's good for the other bases, come after Shikaka's base. I think that you are all worrying. Oh my gosh, I suck. Who let me even play this game? Y'all are worrying way too much about comparing. Oh my gosh, I am literally the worst. Might be one of the coolest bases. Yeah, it's definitely epic. I'm so much work to still do that I'm like, it just goes around. Okay, okay. I want to like get up there so I can see from there though. Go to the mushrooms on the north side. Aha. Shikaka was just going to let me sit there and struggle, wasn't he? Yeah, as if you needed more stuff to build Shikaka. You have a very Ludorav-esque style where you just kind of start building when an idea comes. Which I think is super cool. Like, it's a really good way of not getting burned out in building, is just have an idea and go for it. Which I'm a fan of. But, wow, man. Well, in terms of first impressions, we're gonna get into the grading here, as I could spend a month just wandering around this base right now. But first impressions, dude, come on. If this isn't the best first impressions, I don't want to degrade anyone else's bases by any means, because everyone's bases are really cool. But fantastic job. The fact that you started me off in that, and I can't even get to it, is even cooler. There's just so many interesting things to do. But yeah, easy, I don't know, 20 out of 5? Chat, you agree? 20, 50 out of 5? I don't know. Is there even a metric? Just like, or just do a big eyes emote? It's not even a, I can't even grade my first impressions because it's so insane. Yeah, the fact that I started off in a hot air balloon is nuts. Yeah. Aha, we did it. You even, also, little fact that I didn't even notice. I noticed the orc disruptor. I didn't really realize that you actually just used an orc disruptor to make the hot air balloon effect as well. As if you weren't crazy enough as it was, Shikaka. Like, that is next level detailing, dude. Wow. So yes, crazy open eyes out of 5 on the first impressions. The layout and flow, as a massive city, you can't really, like, you can't grade layout and flow as well because it is just like meandering craziness, which I think is something that is very difficult to do in the first place. And you don't have all the pathways and stuff finished. As we know, this is a massive work in progress. So the grading is sort of, when this is done, the layout and flow I can tell is going to be absolutely insane just from the way that we're kind of getting through these spaces, entering the different buildings. The fact that you've like created these meandering random paths that go up to like little floating or like a treehouse base type things. Then it's all connected. Then it's connected to another village. Then it's connecting to this massive dome. And then you have like your actual city itself as well, which is nuts. Like, is it a city or is this all going to be one massive like building as well? Like, I can't even necessarily tell what all this is going to end up to be at the end of the day, which I think is really cool. It's hard to give such a good idea of what's going to happen in this base overall with how much you still have to build because it's absolutely massive. I mean, some of your small pieces are bigger than most people's bases, so it's kind of really interesting. But layout and flow, I guess I'll give you a 4 out of 5, as there's still not necessarily stuff done, but I can already tell through the way you're doing this like layout stuff. The way you walk through the garden patch area, the like fun bridges, the designs in the bridges, again, are really cool. The detail, just all the little details, again. Yeah, I have to give you a 4 since there's not a bounce web elevator to get us all the way to the top, so we couldn't see that. Small improvement, though. That's really what we're critiquing here, because I think it's epic. The structure and realism, in terms of what we're going to be grading on what's finished here. We can't really grade the stuff that's not done. It's such an easy 5. Like, the realism in your buildings, the level of details and stuff, they look legit. They look like real buildings. They, like, the pieces that are done that look very well designed, it reads as a kind of Japanese city, Japanese aesthetic. So it's, you've done a really good job creating a level of realism that is, it's not only like super detailed, but it's just really interesting. There's lots of stuff. I mean, even the balloon, we'll give the balloon a 20 out of 5 as well, because that's, like, you have the details and stuff. That's how I know this is headed in the right direction. I know there's so much to build still. And so it leaves a lot up for interpretation, because we don't necessarily know how these different spaces are going to work out in the long run. But the level of detail to, like, add the realistic effect of a hot air balloon is, like, I know that this base is going to be ridiculous when it's done. Also, the first clock we've ever seen, insane. Fully lit up and everything, like, so well done. Super cool. Really interested to see where this massive thing ends up going and stuff, but honestly, super well done. Materials and aesthetics, again, 20 out of 5. You've taken to heart the idea of switching things up. This is very difficult, like very, very, very difficult to design a base where you're having sort of repeated features, but you're also not just copying them onto one side. I think that's a really difficult thing to do. It's so much easier to just say, like, well, I built these cool windows and I'm gonna build them over here too. and like building these little interesting spaces where it's designed slightly different. The heights change. I mean, you've got trees on top of your building, so it's like fantasy, but it's also just really interesting. And the level of detail where like with the fences, this like backlit, it actually, now that I'm like really thinking about the realism and stuff here, I think it's very similar to Japanese architecture where they have sort of like paper. I don't know the actual material itself, so I kind of sound ignorant here, but in Japanese buildings and homes and stuff, a lot of things are made with like a translucent like film or whatever it is, where the light shines through, and that is very, very realistic and like aesthetically pleasing in many ways. So very good job in like coming up with interesting little design decisions like that. And like your trees look realistic, the aesthetics, like the dome is looking super interesting already. Your bridge has so much detail. Like although the interior still has a ton of work to go, and another 1,000 hours probably to get this whole thing finished, like the potential is through the roof. Functionality. How do we grade a base like this on function? Like, can you grade this on function? I don't necessarily know. It functions as ridiculous city, so it's hard to knock any points, especially because we don't necessarily know where it goes. You even have like the sumo wrestling area. Like, it's just so interesting. I just want to give you 100 out of 5 on all the things. Like, grading the ridiculousness of all the design details and additions that you've made in these little things is quite epic. But yeah, so function, in terms of just like this base that is what you want it to do, like I can't knock you on points of it necessarily. I'd be interested to see how you build this. That's about the only way I could grade the function of this, is how are you building this on a daily basis? Like, what is the process to build this frickin' thing? Getting the materials all the way up here, the chests and stuff, how you're like doing it all would be really interesting. That would be the ultimate way. Is it horrible? Is it the worst thing you've ever done trying to do that? Because wow, there's a lot of materials, a lot of craziness to be built. Very well done. Creativity and theme, again, 100 out of 5 on your creativity. Every piece of this is oozing creativity and theming. Although so much of it is like half-built little structures, just the front facades of the buildings, like everyone here can see the insane level of creativity here, and the theme that aesthetically, the theme that you're creating is in little pieces. You're seeing it in every single location in some way, shape, or form. So I think you've done a really good job coming up with an idea of how these buildings are going to look, and then somehow making them all look cohesive, even though that's not even done. I don't think I've ever been impressed by 20% of a build being done. I think that's what's insane, is this feels like 20%, like 25, like a quarter done. If you really think about it, like you have one facade built of this whole thing, and I'm impressed. So that's a difficult accomplishment, to see the potential in so much that still needs to be done. And no, like my brain visualizes how this all is built out, and I'm just like kind of jaw dropped right now in so many ways. Even just like seeing all these little areas where like I can tell these are all going to start connecting. There's going to be like really good use of the terrain as well. Building on the rocks, not just building in the garden patch area, but using it as like a central courtyard is so cool. Like it reminds me of those like massive hotels where like I went to this random hotel in Texas years and years ago, and there was like an actual garden with trees and stuff on the inside of this building, and this very much reminds me of how cool that is. It's such an interesting, like, unique use of these features, not to just build your base down in it, but build around it so big that like they're being encompassed by the build in itself, which is really well done. Improvements. Finish it. In terms of what you've done so far, I have no critiques that I would say like you should look at doing this or look at doing that. Just keep going. Like, you have it. The level of detail is there. The interesting way that you're using the terrain is there. the design ideas between like the clock tower and just all of it. The potential is all there, 100%. Like it's there. The creativity, the potential, it's all there. Just finish. You put one on top of the dome and a moon. Yeah. I think that's what I know. Like I can already tell I don't need to give you ideas on what to do next. Like you already have the ideas, you already have the creativity. It's just finding the time. It's always the struggle of like building these massive cities and stuff, is finding the time to actually build them out, because it is endless. And yeah, you have floating pieces like the hot air balloon. You've got like crazy lighting and stuff. I'm just super interested to see where this is all gonna head and go. It's nuts. Absolutely nuts. Yeah, no critiques. Just finish. Just keep sending. The only thing I'm gonna be disappointed is if I don't get updates of where this is going as you continue building. More hot air balloons too? Yeah, I'm very interested to see where this all heads, man, because this is insane. Sorry, we've spent a lot of time in this base, but honestly, it deserved a little bit of extra time because of the amount of effort that's been put into this one. But wow, Shikaka, wow. Once again, thank you for letting me to look at this base, because this is nuts. Absolutely insane. Just give you one of those. Look at it all. Wow. Very cool. Very well done. Thank you for letting us view this one, man. Very exciting to see the ridiculous task that you've taken on. I mean, you're going to be building this for the remainder of early access into the full game release. Very reminiscent of my sandbox city build, where you start with one interesting idea and then it just like expands and grows, and another building comes and another building comes and a new design piece comes out and another interesting thing gets added. But the potential, like instead of improvements, the potential is a 20 out of a 5. So it's very well done. Oh, even the lights here, dude. Holy cow. Looks incredible. Everywhere I look, there's just new little details, but holy cow. Thank you once again, Shikaka. That was phenomenal. So fun. Wow, you guys are freaking awesome. I gotta say. All right. Are you ready, Snoo? I don't want to rush into it. You're not ready, but you are next up on the list. There's a possibility that this base will never be finished because it's so huge. It's very possible. You never know. That's the fun part. That's the way I like to design, is I like to build things that are so big that I don't necessarily know if I'm ever going to finish them. Look forward to my thoughts. Alrighty. Can't make the dome look like water blitzball. That'd be a fun one, gotta say. Yeah. Let's delete some of these. Wow, wow, wow. Still waiting on the pond to come out, right? Very well done. The dome should be the sumo wrestling rink, right? Weren't lying about hitting the picture frame limit. Wow. Yeah, you guys are saying it all. Sorry, I missed a bunch of chats. I was enthralled by that base design. All right, new town. Okay. Turn that off real fast as we load in. Can it be finished before the game crashes? That's very possible. You never know. I can guarantee you that you can finish that base. It may require a little bit more time for updates to come out, but I guarantee you, because that's still not as big as my sandcastle city base. I'd say once you have it completely built, it's probably about the same size, but it is you have a lot, should have plenty of as long as once they start I can't talk. I could guarantee that over time you are not going to have an issue with getting that base finished. You just have to wait for more performance things to be added and adjusted. Wow. You'll have it finished tonight? Woo! Good luck. It's gonna be a process. Alright, I'm gonna go pee real fast. Take a real quick break, and then we will jump into snoo. All right. We're back. On day 420. What up? Three. Very cool. All right. All right. Next up, we have Snoo. Their base is another root base. Seen some pretty cool ones of these. I'm really enjoying the different way people have designed these. These are really cool locations to build. So, very excited to see what Snoo has built for us. Very cool. He goes like all the way over there too. I love that you like immediately off the bat that you didn't build super low, like you really built everything way up high. It feels really cool. How do I get in? Oh, gates. They need to find a way to make the gates look slightly more obvious. I do that with doors and stuff too. Fun little front entrance. Gotta love the bounce web towers. It was a fun little entrance. Especially, it makes a lot of sense thematically to get up to the base here. Nice little water tower. Your little Weevil words, man. Little Weevil room. I love that. I love the fun little stuff that everyone comes up with. It's always so good. Nice little crafting room. Don't want to get too far ahead of myself. I love these root bases. I think they're just so creative every time. I just love the like meandering random paths to get through everything. Love that everyone has so much fun with the armor dummies. I need to start adding more to my bases as well. Great little crafting area, all kind of like right on top of each other. That's the hardest thing to do with these tree bases. Specifically, is like they have to meander and go through the roots so much that it makes it really difficult to do it in a like organized way that everything's gonna work together. But I can already see that this is all working for me in many ways. What the heck? Like, very well done. I didn't even notice this. I think that's what I love about the root in like treehouse spaces, is that you have to be super creative to kind of find fun ways to design this all together. I love that your little armory area is like going up your staircase, like makes a fun design decision out of everything. Super cool. Love your little room. I love that you've used these open materials as well, because like that, it feels like a treehouse. Like you want to look through, you want to see what you're getting that height in so many ways from building up in these areas, so it like makes for cool little views and stuff. And it's like a really nice little room as well. Very well done. So many little details. There's so much else to see as well. So not down that way. Go over here maybe? To this side? This looks really nice. That looks really good. Actually, we need to see that at night. I love the triangle pieces and what everyone's been coming up with. Really good job on the exterior details of this. Really, really good job. Oh, it's so easy to miss that if I just didn't randomly notice it, but really cool. And you're like, yeah, you've lit up all the roofs. I think that's like one of the coolest things about using these green roofs, is how they like shine green. But this is a detail that I really, really like. I've done some other stuff similar to this, but with like mushroom and ash cement, and this is a new one for me. I haven't necessarily seen these as like backlit little diamonds and stuff. They look really cool. I can tell you really put a lot of effort into like the ins and outs and the exterior design of this. Looks really good. Wow, it just keeps getting bigger too. That like all the way out of the base. Good evening, KP. Welcome in. It's not even how you get out. Yep, stuff everywhere. I'm loving this. This is the treehouse. This is how these should be built. I absolutely love what you've done with this. To go all the way to the top here and build all the way out like that is super clever. What the heck is that? It just keeps going. Alright, we'll probably find that as we get to the other parts. Wow, Snoop. This is really cool. I gotta say, I think what's so exciting is looking at the front of the base that we saw. I was not expecting it to be this big. I think that level of surprise, I think, is really cool. I would have had no clue that all of this was here. Really like the chandelier too. It's really nice. Very cool. Yeah, it does look super cozy. You even have like a basketball hoop here in your little base. Very cool. I think in terms of like what I expect from a treehouse base, like this is right what I love to see. Is it just you stumble upon more and more and more, and that's what's so cool about these, because you have to keep spaces kind of smaller. You can't build massive, giant things on the outsides, but you can kind of meander them through, and you get all these really cool moments. Really good job. I'm loving these little like cutout spaces too. It's so easy to just make a wall there and put stuff on it, but like to add those little details in, it's really nice. Got spiders, the buggies, there's the stuffed bugs and stuff everywhere. Got now some of your function and everything hidden away. Tried to fill up every space with something inside. Yeah, exactly. I think it's tough because this is a lot of work. There's so many little things here, but I love that you've taken the time to design every square inch of this base. You didn't leave anything just to be figured out. And now we have to figure out how we even get to the other spaces. Something I always really enjoy with these sprawling base designs is that they just continue to just surprise me in every way, shape, or form. Really good job just hiding everything away. Like, I'm looking for how I get through this base, and I don't necessarily know until I, like, accidentally stumble upon it, which is really fun. And that's horrifying. Why are you doing this to me? Like in the dirt ceiling, yeah, it's a good use. I think that's what's so cool about these bases is, like, there's the roots and the dirt ceiling and all that become really interesting little decisions that you get to show off. And, like, this looks really nice. Got every corner, every little piece is filled. Where everyone keep an eye out, noticing all the little things. I'm absolutely loving the way you're laying this out. Wow. Very cool. I'm really enjoying the lighting as well. Yeah, and just I have to keep looking up because I just never know, like, the little details that I'm gonna completely miss. Oh. And the traversal of the entire base is super interesting too. Everywhere you turn, you don't really know where you're going until you're there. Very fun. That one. Trying to figure out what we're even looking at half the time. I really like that you didn't just stick to the one little area too. Like, you've built all the way up and around. Very intentional design decisions too, to, like, put the doors like that and utilize the little roots and stuff. Got your own little lookout and everything. Very cool. And, like, your own little mini shooting range, like everything. You got a little grub house, like your Weevil one. They're even, like, looking at the like war plans and everything. And another. What the heck? Where are we going? Oh, that's hilarious that I didn't notice that at all. The layout and flow of this base is next level. This is some Luderav level insanity for how you get through this base, honestly. This takes so much more planning. It kind of ends up random and stuff, but at the same time, like, it ends up so cool. Guess I'll follow the signs. Hope I don't get lost. Wow. That's an epic way to get us from here to here. Like, the level of thought that you put in going from this to this is so good. And, like, now I'm like, how do we get up to the top there? Do I jump? It doesn't feel like we jump. Yeah, how can raids get you if they can't even find where you are? Okay, now we're... Nope, we're back on this side. This one. No. Through the door. Wait, over here? Ruining the immersion. Is that the front entrance just right there? My brain's looking for all these secret passages and stuff. Okay, this is the door. You got my brain thinking, like, all right, there's a maze somewhere here that I have to figure out how to get through. Dude, very well done. I love these details. Every piece. Every inch of this is designed. It's thought out, like, intentionally. It's really, really well done. Wow. Now we gotta look at it. If I can get the full picture. Yeah, I really like that you just have these, like, random little bases that sort of pop up out of these little holes. It's a really fun, like, cohesive way to, like, build in this root base. Really cool. Did I catch it all, Snoo? Let me know if I missed anything else. Anything specific you want me to see. And again, the lighting. Very well done. That is it. This looks so cozy. I think that's what, like, we're going to jump into the scores and stuff. First impressions are cozy out of 5. Like, there's just so much detail in every little area. Like, there is not 1 square inch of this base that hasn't been thought out in some way, shape, or form. Every inch of this is designed. You've made, like, incredibly intentional decisions on how to, like, on how you've detailed every inch of this base out. So, again, and that's a 5. 5, easy 5s. I kind of switched between realistic grading and not realistic grading just to be goofy, but honestly, the first impressions are awesome. I think what is so much cooler is if you asked me what my first impressions were standing out in the very front of this base, I would have told you, like, a 3 out of 5 maybe, because it's so unassuming. Where it's like, okay, yeah, I mean, there's some stuff over there, cool, there's some base here, but the details don't really start, like, they're, like, revealed to you as you go. And I think what's so fun about this base is that it gets cooler and cooler the longer I spend time in it. The more time I spend in it, the more interesting and intriguing every individual space ends up being. Because you've intentionally not made this, like, egregiously over-designed base that tends to be what a lot of my stuff is the insides are fun and are not totally insane, but a lot of the detail work is put onto the exteriors of the builds. And the way you've laid this out is that you don't even really get those details until you're in the base itself. You can't really tell how much detail is added into, like, just this little space. It's like the amount of detail, it doesn't show up as well far away, which I think is really cool. Where, like, once you start looking at it, you can just notice, look at all the little details, the ins and outs, the, like, amount of effort put into every square inch of this base, I think is what's so intriguing. So yeah, impressive out of 5. I love that it just continually adds and continually gets better and better. It kind of feels like we explored this base exactly how it was built in many ways, where it's like you started and then it just kept compounding and compounding and compounding and getting more and more interesting over every square inch of the entire base. So really well done. The layout and flow, again, one of my more, we've seen a lot of impressive bases. This is one of my favorite to explore. It's very, very reminiscent of Ludorav's builds. Not to compare everyone to Ludorav, but he's just someone I've worked with a lot, so it's an easy one. And if you go check out his base reviews or his base tours and stuff on everyone's channels that builds, it's this very fun way that you don't know where you're headed next. It's like walking through, like, a maze, but somehow it's this, like, really interestingly detailed base that the details just sort of come to you as you explore it, where you wouldn't necessarily think when you're looking at this base from far away, you don't get to see the insane amount of detail that each individual little space has. And so it doesn't look as ridiculous, but then you're in it and it's like, it just explodes into the amount of detail. And even, like, you don't get to see this level of detail. Like, you don't even notice this stuff when you're inside the base as well. So that the details just kind of keep coming. The more I look at every inch of this, I kind of find some new interesting little detail, some new little idea where you've copied these kind of oval type shapes in multiple places, and it's a really cohesive little design and how these pieces are mimicked around over and over again. So the layout and flow, it's so fun to just explore and have no clue where you're gonna like pop up out of these little bases, and like you're gonna pop up in a new spot every time. So it makes it a very fun base to just walk through. The structure and realism, is it real? Is it structure? It's so hard to base it on that. Like, I think structurally what I think is so cool is you've really tied this in a way that feels like it is actually being supported by a lot of these root systems, which I think is really cool, and why I want to give you a 4 or a 5 out of 5. I'm torn. I don't want to just give all 5s just because I'm impressed and because I think it's cool, but I'm also like, I really like, compared to like the other root bases that we've kind of viewed in the treehouse bases, like you've very intentionally placed the main structures. Now, especially now that I'm looking at it even more, like it deserves a 5. Because like you've built all of the structures on the mushrooms. You've like utilized things like in these areas that like make it feel like this structure is actually being held up by these specific roots. Honestly, yeah, I do have to give it a 5. I take everything back. It's very intentional, I think, when you look at it. It's like every piece of it really does feel like it's being properly supported. So I think that's really impressive that it doesn't necessarily read as that right off the bat, but then as you like, it's again, like the closer I look, the more attention to detail I see in the entire thing, where everything feels very well thought out. You were very intentional about every single decision in how this. It doesn't just decide to randomly go through the center. Like you very intentionally made the pathways along the back walls and along the roots. So it's really cool. It's like, it's very interesting to see the level of detail and the effort that you put to make this feel very, very intentional. Hey Joe, welcome in. The materials and aesthetics, again, easy 5 on this one, especially like now that I'm flying around, like the detail just keeps coming. It keeps happening. And I think I love just stumbling upon all the details and stuff that you've put into this base. I think it's really, really cool. I really enjoy the depth. I think is something that a lot of people should experiment with more in their grounded builds, is depth. Specifically, building walls that aren't just one wall thick. They have some type of half wall in between them, so you get so much depth into this. And even if it's just breaking up these pieces to leave like a window space, you've done a really good job detailing these pieces out. And you've also, I think, what can be hard with these meandering bases is you've created these like aesthetic design pieces that you've kind of replicated in multiple spots. They're back there, they're here, and here. You've kind of like replicated them to create fun, interesting spaces, and then like the aesthetics of it are just overall appealing. It looks good at night, it looks interesting during the day. It looks really good overall. And again, just seeing the little details like through the structure, I think would have been very easy to close this stuff off and make these rooms, but the fact that like I can fly around and just see everything through the base itself is really cool. The functionality, I mean, I can't really knock you any points on it. Like, the base does exactly what it needs to. You have all of the function built into this little room, like right in this little space. It all works. It's creatively designed as well. It's not just something that you designed. Like, you've thought about every square inch of this. You've made everything reachable. Everything's in its kind of has its place and it's in it. I think it's really difficult to make these bases functional as well. Yeah, it has a nice themed resort feel. Yeah, it really does. It does feel like this massive resort that you just get to explore and wander through. I've been to a couple resorts that feel very much like this, where you're just kind of wandering around and you don't really know what you're going to run into next, depending on where you go. So it's like the function's there. it all works while being super creative and interesting, I think is the hard part about function with these type of bases too, is you've had fun with the design. It's very interesting, but it also works at the same time. It doesn't, like, you didn't do interesting builds and it took away from the way the base works. Like, you've kind of melded those two things together. So again, pretty easy 5 on the functionality. The creativity and theme, honestly, this is another easy 5 where I could give everyone tonight 10 out of 5 on the creativity levels. I'm creatively, as much as I love the details, I love that you've created this ridiculous maze of a base. Like, you committed to the idea of someone's gonna walk through here and they have no clue that they just walked through another corridor, and it's just you stumble upon every inch of this base. You have no clue what you're getting into. You don't notice, like, you're gonna go, like, you have these things to tell you where to go, but then at the same time, if you're not really paying attention, it's really easy to walk past these other random little entrances and to kind of go through. And even your lighting is so well done as well, I think, is another really fun part of it. You've created this, like, pebble dungeon basement area, but you've also lit it so it feels like I'm underground right now, but somehow you've used these fun little palisade things that show on the outside and the inside as, like, lighting columns. And so it just reeks of creativity. Like, I can tell how much fun you've had with it, and I think there's no higher compliment than saying this really, really reminds me of the creative builds that Ludarab does, and how you've detailed out every square inch of it. You have no clue how you're going to get into the next space at any given time. It's just fun. And the theme of, like, I guess, as Joe said, like a resort, it really does feel like this crazy kind of resort, and also so many other things at the same time. It's fun. It's very fun to walk through. I just want to, like, look at every corner one more time to make sure I didn't miss anything else. It's like the rest place in the underground for the people/fighter for the arena. Ah, I like that. Very fun. Yeah, honestly, so well done. In terms of improvements, you guys are not making this easy. Normally, I can always find something to give a bit of advice on. Like, that's how my brain works, is I always think, like, ooh, I love what you've done here. Take that idea and use it everywhere. You're already doing that so well, it feels very difficult to give any type of improvement necessarily. I can't look at a specific space and think, they could have done this a little bit more. Like, every space is designed and detailed. Every space is intentionally thought about. You intentionally thought about the structure. The materials work so super well. Like, not using a ton of pine in this base, I think, makes a ton of sense. Where you've left it kind of open and airy with that, like, treehouse vibe, which I really like. This stem's not my favorite material to work with, but in these types of bases, it really makes a lot of sense to, like, leave them as open as possible. And you've also, instead of putting all the extra detail on the outside of the base, like, you've used the extra materials on the insides of the base. And so it isn't necessarily about putting tons and tons of hours in creating a path and, like, trying to overdo it. You've kept it simple and it reads really well overall. I'm impressed. I don't really know even what to critique you on or to give you advice on anything, because it's like everyone tonight is, there are very few things that I'm making stuff up to give ideas, because I really do enjoy every inch of this base. And I can't really think of a single thing that I'm like, try this. Add a little more to that. If anything, as maybe that's the theme tonight, more. Just do more of it. I want to see more. You talk about an arena. This is like the area where they rest underground for the fighters and stuff. Where's the arena? Is this the arena? I'm guessing that's it. Now that I'm thinking it, that exact as I say it, I answer my own questions. But yeah, more, I guess. Is add more. And not necessarily like to the spaces you've already done. Like keep building outwards, keep building things up. I think it's a lot of fun to explore all of it and just see all the cool stuff that you've come up with. And the Scorpion Arena, I see. Yeah, maybe that is the only thing I could say is build this out. I like what you've done here. Build this out as like an actual arena out here, like huge arena. Not huge, but it could be that thing, because now I see like the stands, everyone's watching it, like the themes are coming out even more, which makes me want to give you even more points on that. Maybe build this area out so it really feels like a fighting arena, or like reads as that, because now that I know that's what's happening down here, like it absolutely reads exactly as that like underground fighting arena area where like people are getting their weapons and armor and stuff. The armor was all lined up downstairs. Maybe take this to like that next level, and make maybe this area bigger, or so you can have like multiple fighting arenas and stuff. Like it really comes down. It really comes down to like continuing and going it all the way. It's a boat. I wasn't ready for this. Got him. Because, yeah, I could see this being this, like, epic throne where there's, like, one person sitting up there and being like, fight! And then building this whole area out as, like, a throne. And, like, I could see this going to another level out here. Not that it's not good where it is, but I think that would maybe be my only suggestion is, like, make this really read... I see this. This reads as arena to me. This reads as, like, that, like, the king's throne sort of thing. But making the rest of this read as, like, maybe going out to this rock. Doesn't have to go all the way back, but build out to maybe here and stuff, and I could see you having a lot of fun designing that out as more of a larger theme, or part of the theme. Because I really like this area. I really like how it is underground, like, arena prep area. Like, it really does read that, as you've now mentioned. And I just want to see bigger and more, honestly. Very cool. But yes, Snoo. Super cool base. Honestly, I had a lot of fun reviewing this one. I love that it just kind of, like, surprised me at every corner. It honestly did. Like, I didn't know what was coming next. So, once again, Snoo, thank you. Appreciate you letting us review this base. This was another epic one. You guys are trying to take my job, honestly, right now, is what it feels like. Like, everyone is so good at building. These are all looking so freaking cool. Yeah, the Scorpion throne up there as well. Yeah, so many cool things. But, once again, really well done there, Snoo. Really, really well done. Okay. Once again, you guys are crazy. Really, it's really easy to have a base that looks flimsy because of the scale of material, but this looks really sturdy and intentional. Yeah, that was my comment exactly, Joe. Just like everything feels intentional. Nothing was misplaced or out of place. It all felt like exactly what it wanted to be. Or it did exactly what it set out to do. Let's see what's happening here. You're headed in the right direction, Ducky. I might think of how to make the floors of the stairs themselves feel like it feels like stairs, but if you look at like a deck, there's a thing called a stringer. It's the angled part that holds or like sandwiches the stairs themselves together, so it's like the outside of it. I think that currently feels too stepped, so finding a way to maybe angle it or maybe add some like weight to the bottom so it doesn't feel like this little flimsy floor would help take that detail level, because I like you're headed in the right direction for sure. Maybe even covering every other one of those or something, the scaffold. I just don't love scaffold. I think it looks too flimsy. Like it looks like this massive staircase is going to get like blown over. And so maybe finding a way to like thicken things up a little bit might help. See my new friend, Brad? Is that who you're talking about? Yeah, very well done though. God made, welcome in. If you want to have your base reviewed, if you're new here, join the TimberBuilds Discord and DM me your Xbox username. Sorry, this doesn't actually show up on YouTube, so I gotta spam it a couple times because my link's not working properly. Add me on, or send me your Xbox username on Discord. I'll add you as a friend, and then you're able to share your world, and I can get you added to the list. We currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 people potentially in line. A couple of people need to share their worlds and stuff still, so things might change, but as people want their bases reviewed, I add them to the list, and I just need to be your friend on Xbox. Oh, that. Yes, your spider. Is that Axel? Or is that a wolf spider? Why is it so big? Is that the Axel head mount? Is that what that is? Good. I was like, it can't be Axel. You can't build in the arena, right? All right. Oh, it's Axel. Yeah. Next up, we have Finest. Finest Green. There it is. This is the one they updated today, right? Yes. All right. I'm going to turn off my screen real fast, figure out where we are in this world, and we'll get into it. You just have to be friends to be able to share it. You have to share the world with me, but we have to be friends to be able to share it. What the? I'm very glad Finest sent me their updated base, because this looks even better than the one earlier. Very nice. Yeah, but everyone in that huge list on my world saves is people who have shared their base with me. And that way, I just have to make my own shared copy of it, essentially. All right. Dog hair in my mouth. Them dang dogs. Okay. Get this back on. Get my timer that we are ignoring half the time. Yeah, we're good. 3 hours in, 4 bases down. Oops. There's a lot of chit-chatting and stuff, though, so it's fine. All right. Next up, we have Finest. Finest base. This one's another kind of starting location build, so always a good spot. I'm super impressed with seeing how everyone's done totally different things in this area. I think that's always surprising. And this one, super epic lighting. I really like these. They're kind of like, the scale is super big on them. Like, I was always worried that like the ones I was building that are just the quarter walls where like they looked a little off scale, but I really like these. The color's really nice too. I do not mess with the color enough. I don't know. This was like the first thing I noticed about this base. I love these little street lamps. Very well done. Super fun little detail. And like continuing the lighting into this as well looks really nice. And then using the two matched materials with the stem builds and the pebble foundations looks really nice. We got another big one. I love the verticality that everyone's messing with recently. Super cool. I also like that you built this. Gosh, where are we? Where's the actual ranger station? So it's even further back. You built like way over it. Very cool. Loving the little exterior structures and stuff. Again, continuing the lighting throughout everything. Got a lot of function in this stuff. Yeah, I really like that your lighting goes all the way through this whole thing. You've kind of continued the lighting detail throughout every inch of it. Also, really good job on the little pathways and stuff too. Like I like the intentionality to kind of continue these little entrances and stuff, and how you're having fun with matching these different materials and different designs and areas. And that's really nice too. I love people breaking up big walls like that. A really fun little design choice. And yeah, you even go inside there to get to the ranger station. That is still one of my favorite things about my pagoda base in Grounded 1, is the fact that it has a ranger station, or a field station in that game, directly built into it. So I love seeing people like embrace adding their base directly into one of those. Oh. That's one of the cleaner effects that I've seen done with that as well. I know it's a really small detail, but the fact that the ominate door is like centered right there and you just get to like literally walk perfectly into it, like you've perfectly lined this up and everything, is really clean. That's not an easy effect to get to look that good and clean. I really like that. It literally feels like it is made for this base. Very well done. You just got nice little functional workspace area. Very well done. I like that you're messing with the clover roofs as ramps. I've been having fun with that, especially because buggies are super annoying right now, and they kind of change the way you have to build bases in many ways, because you can't bring your buggies upstairs. So if you get rid of the stairs and you make them ramps, it's a little bit easier to get your buggies up and down. So I really enjoy that little detail. Again, continuing these little design decisions everywhere you go is also a really well done little thing. Oh, and that is a bounce web elevator. I love everyone just hiding these little ways to move around their bases. Really well done. This looks really nice. I am stealing this, Finest. In the best way possible, I am 100% stealing how you've done this little design. I never build up on these. I always place them and then leave them, and they never look like an intentional design to me when I'm doing it, but it just makes sense to be able to walk underneath them. I really like the way you designed this little piece out. It is really cool. Very well done. I'm loving the little details, even like your lighting too. A fun little chandelier up here. Like everyone's got chandeliers and like ceiling lights now. Really cool. And I also really like this like curved. I've seen a handful of people use these curved pieces to make their spinners and chest areas, and it looks really nice. I don't know why a circle looks nice, but it just feels good. It also is way more condensed, it feels like. I don't know. Just looks nice. Digging the purple color. Yeah, Joe, it's like the same exact color as your name. They got there. Joe's the perfect theme for the night. Love bounce web towers. Absolutely love that little design decision. I have so much fun with the bounce web towers like that. Oh, and even to... Wow. Uh-oh. The roof stops you a little bit, but I really like this. That is... These are the details that get me excited. I'm probably stealing this as well. This is like... I've been trying to figure out how to get down my bounce web tower easier without screwing up my bounce webs to get up my area, and this is exactly... This is such a small detail, but is really well thought out. Those are the little things, and even like the decision to like make it like a really intentional little thing. I really like that. Digging the spiral staircases going to each side too. It looks really nice. Chests and everything, just a nice little chilling area. Still don't understand why we can jump on those, but I love it. It's very good. And again, the continuation finest of the theme here, like the little design detail that you've added in other areas. I really like that this is showing up in many different places, but sort of in its own way in every time. Just looks really cool. That one was for Ducky. Wanted me to jump again. Now the question is, how do we get... There's so much more to see. Question is, where? Or how do we get there? Around here somewhere? Okay. Again, really good job with your little pathways. See a little off-grid building here as well. Good job there. I love that everyone's starting to build off-grid all of a sudden. I think off-grid building is one of those... It looks so good with the paths like this. It just works every time. It is like my favorite visual design thing, is making these little pebble paths with the pebblet foundations and like making them angled. It just creates like this natural flow in this game that you can't get any other way. But really well done on that too. Even though it's only one little churn, it just looks good every time. Okay, there's definitely some way to get up here more. But how? Am I supposed to use the roof? I don't think I am. Oh, maybe I am. Okay. Oh, wait a second. I saw this earlier too. I'm going to show this off. Not only do you have another... I love all your little entrances. I just... The theme of continuing these things all over the place, I really, really like that. And then if... We didn't see this earlier, but they even built a little windmill. Look how good that looks. Even has the little target to like make the center dot piece. Like, so good. Absolutely love this. This is a really nice little detail too. Yeah, the spider accessible door, yes. Yeah, the off-grid is a chef's kiss to a layout. It really is. It just is so... It makes such a natural build. This is really cool, finest, honestly. Again, really good job. I'm loving all the little details you've got here. Little things you wouldn't necessarily expect to see. Like a windmill just come out of nowhere. See if I can cheat my way back in. Yeah. I think we saw all of that. So does this go way up to the top maybe?
That hit the spot.
Okay, so we'll stay down here first. Jump scaring me with the spiders, of course, of course. Fun little wraparound balcony and stuff. Makes total sense for these little kind of treehouse, not treehouses. I don't even know what to call them anymore. I love that everyone's building with so much verticality. It's not just little bases that are on the ground. You guys are having a lot of fun with how these bases are made. And even like building around the sprinkler as well is like a way to hide that detail, but also utilize it still. Another good little design decision. Very fun. And then more bugs. I think that's it. I don't think Finest is here, so I'm unable to check if there's anything else that we missed. Is that the one we just saw? Yes. Well, very cool. Very, very cool. So, if we're going to get into the grading, my first impressions, I kind of want to do like what I said last time for the last base we reviewed, where it starts as like a 4 out of 5, a 3 or 4 out of 5 in that first impression, and then it just gets better and better and better, which I think is so cool. I love just stumbling upon all these like random details and stuff. So I think honestly the first impressions have to be like a 4, but then they become a 5 in many ways. Really impressed with all the little design details and stuff. At first glance, I was like, oh, this will be fun. This will be cool. And then it just like every little detail impresses me. And it's like, it starts off unassuming as a interesting build at the ranger station. And then it just got better and better and better and better and better. And as I said, I don't know, there's 2, 3, 4 ideas that I want to steal now. Little details. Windmill. I might have to build a windmill now. Like, it just got better and better the further I went into it, which I think is a really cool little effect. Love your entrances. I really like your lighting. You've done a really, really good job with the lighting of everything. Really can't knock you on any of that. It just looks good. It's a fun base. It's a cool design. You've obviously had a really good time like doing the entrances. Put a lot of very good attention to detail overall. The layout and flow, another one that I like. I sound like a broken record giving everyone a 5 on it, but for me, the layout and flow is like, is it fun to walk through? Is it fun? Do I enjoy exploring the base is really what it comes down to. And I thoroughly enjoy exploring this base. I love your pathways. Some of my favorite pathways I've seen so far. I love these lights. I love that they're like taller and bigger than any other ones I've seen. I personally really like the Palisades. I think they look really cool. Your gateways are super fun. You didn't just use a bunch of stairs. Like, you've got fun ways to traverse. You've also got bounce webs. Like, you've had a good time designing how you get in and out of this base. You've used curved pieces. You've used ramps. You've used regular stairs. You've used bounce webs. Like, it feels very enjoyable to explore. And as someone reviewing bases all the time now, that's what stands out to me, is those like fun little decisions that are made specifically to make it an enjoyable process. It's not just like walk into a room, there's the room. You explore and you discover the different pieces of design as you're walking through it, which I really, really have a good time looking at. The structure and realism. The structure's good. I really do like that you've taken these lights and you've also made them structure. You've done a really good job with the gateways as like hefty, strong feeling design pieces, which I really like. The base itself is also like, you've done both, I would say, realistic structure in terms of literally how these things are kind of visually being held up, but then you're also like having fun with it and just going ridiculous and building like these massive rooms that are the size of any other spaces on here way at the top. So I think that's also a really fun way where you've created some very realistic structural pieces, and you've also created more like we're playing a fantasy game where we're shrunken down as teenagers and there's raw science and none of it makes any sense in many ways. So it's like, it's a really fun balance of actual structural pieces and having fun with the structural pieces and not just kind of using them to use them to make it look like things are being held up, but you're having a lot of fun with it at the same time. So again, the structural and realism, maybe a 4 out of 5. it doesn't necessarily need to feel real. Like, I mean, there's certain places, like Windmill, 6 out of 5. The entryways, in terms of their structure and realism, are like 6 out of 5. So there's certain areas where I feel like you've really kind of nailed the realism and structure side of it, and that's kind of, take that with a grain of salt. There's not necessarily a need for anything to be real in a fantasy video game where we're shrunken down teenagers, as I said. But I think it's a fun, playful mix between realistic and kind of fantasy, which I do really enjoy. The materials and aesthetics, I have to give you a 5 on this one. I really enjoy the smaller details here. I love that you have taken this specific detail and it is mimicked all over the base, but in these super kind of ambiguous spots where you wouldn't necessarily notice it. It's not like, oh, here's repetition, repetition, repetition. That's where it kind of ruins the aesthetic. Whereas here, you've done a really good job doing just enough of them to kind of break up the details with the different materials. You're not stuck on one specific material. I can tell you're still kind of working on adding all the details to the upstairs and stuff. Everyone's commenting on the cool upside down turrets and stuff as well. And yeah, again, like on the structural side, like these are fun little decisions. But the materials, like you're using all the materials. You're not just sticking with a thatch roof. You're messing with the clover roofs. I actually really like that you kind of had fun with the little like mini dome pieces. The aesthetics are just super creative in the way you're combining these things. You're having a lot of fun. You're messing with the pebble paths as well. You have kind of like underground, more creepy areas and more light, kind of fun designed spaces. Again, another little like random detail to add these lights in as well. I think that's really fun. The cohesiveness of utilizing these and utilizing the same light. Like a lot of times using one light color can very quickly just feel like too much repetition, but I feel like you've strategically placed a lot of these that I think works well, where it doesn't necessarily feel like it's just pink, 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 pink. Like it's pops of it, where it just highlights where it needs the highlight. It's not too much, it's not too little. You have broken up these big, big walls, which I really like, with like lighting features and how they kind of, you're walking through them. You've got lamps almost, but then you've also got more of your own little lighting designs. It's just, it works really well overall. The materials and aesthetics, you've done a really good job. The interiors are really cool. They're fun to look at in every single space. Yeah. Just another really good job. Functionally, again, I feel like I have to give everyone pretty much a 5 on this. Like, everything's here. It's all right here. It works well. It's designed in an interesting way. I think functionally, it's not just, does the base work? Obviously, it works because you've built this base, but I think part of the functionality, like, grading is it functional while it also looks good? Like, it's a difficult balance to get, where it's really easy to just throw a big line of like grinders and spinning wheels on the walls and just like it works. That's typically what I do in a lot of my decisions. So it's like it's an easy thing to fall into, but like you've made very intentional decisions to make the functional pieces of your base look really, really good. Like these designs specifically will be in my base at some point. That's how I know you've done a good job, is that my brain says that needs to happen. That's an idea I want to take. Even like some of these I might have to take too. Creativity and theme. I don't really know if there's a theme necessarily, and there doesn't necessarily have to be a theme specifically. That's just the generic idea that to give people feedback. Realistically, theme is less. It's a resort or it's a Japanese architectural build. Some people have gotten to that. In terms of theme, I like to think of that as repeated design features done well, and that is where this specific like design decision utilized the light design, where you've utilized these things as repetitive pieces that create cohesion in the design itself, in the exterior. Like it's an architectural thing that I really latch onto. Is it isn't just here's some triangles, here's some other triangles, here's some other stuff, here's some stem, here's some thatch. Like, you're using the repetition of this, like a couple key design decisions that look really good. You made these really cool lamps, and now you've found a way to utilize that exact lamp design in the same way and in other ways as well, where it is becoming structure, not just a street lamp. It's getting integrated into the builds themselves, and that's where I think the theming is done really well. And then in terms of the creativity of it, you're knocking it out of the park again, where fun little creative things, fun interesting ways to get around the base, really creative ways to add detail in the mundane random things that you have to have in a base. You have to have pallet storage, you have to have chests, you have to have sap collectors. All these things have to be in a base in some way for them to work, and you've done a fun and a good job actually making them like interesting design pieces. So I think that is another very well done piece of your design. So I don't even know if I said creativity and theme for a score, but again, another 5 on those ones. I'm having a lot of fun just exploring this base and seeing where it goes. In terms of improvements, again, another difficult one, because I really like the specific design decisions. Really like the way you've done all of your entrances. That's like, what, 4 or 5 of them, and they all are unique and different. Really loving the windmill. The improvement side is where obviously I think you're still working on this, is there's still stuff to be added. But the upper areas are lacking some of the detail that you have down here. I don't have any issue with switching the materials and messing with those things and kind of creating things that visually look different from one another. I think that's a fun way to move forward in it, but I think creating some like similarities in the way you've sort of added like these pieces structurally to add detail could start being mimicked up in these areas where you've got little bits of it, but maybe adding more here so it feels like this is spread out a little bit more. I do really enjoy, like, you got this fun little awning and stuff. Maybe finding ways to kind of like attach it back or something. Potentially breaking the clover roof up a little bit. I like that there's like multiple roofs going on here. It's not just one roof kind of encompassing the whole thing. So finding a way to sort of create and break this up so it's not just one square, I think could help. Kind of seeing this level of detail. You've got overhangs on these areas. You've got the walls are set in. So maybe finding a way to like maybe bring this fence piece back a quarter block, and then kind of adding a little more depth to it, because I feel like you have a lot of depth in these lower areas and these like exterior builds and stuff, and these upper portions are maybe losing a little bit of that detail because they are not quite finished necessarily. And I don't want to critique too much that isn't necessarily done, but kind of push these little design decisions, how you did these, into maybe some of these areas that are a little more blank, where you could have fun with these corners, potentially kind of adding more detail if you did like that triangle or the diamond design, but then rotate half of it 90 degrees. And so maybe that is where like this triangle diamond kind of design comes into these corners. Maybe you could add a little bit more here and kind of bring the cohesive design that you've created on the lower levels of this base and kind of bring them up to the top. Not that it's just copy and paste them up to the top, but I think there's some interesting things happening in the way you've designed these little pieces and the way you've designed this, and just kind of keep adding other details, bringing in maybe some of these light pieces into these. Maybe those are in the corners. Maybe the pink light kind of lamp posts are literally hid within there, and then the palisade kind of breaks those up. And then on top of that, just kind of messing with the roof, maybe making the roof step or do like something along these so it's not just a square necessarily, would help kind of bump it up just a little bit, because I think you're headed in the right direction in every way on this base. I think it's a lot of fun. It's just is kind of like, as you continue adding and continue figuring out like what these spaces are really going to be, it looks like maybe a bug museum of some kind. finding ways to kind of bring some of these fun decisions up into these upper portions, I think will really take this base to that next level. But honestly, finest. Really good base. It was a lot of fun. I love a lot of the little details. Obviously, you are very creative in how you're like designing these things and the way you're making these stuff, the design decisions. So just keep going. Honestly, it's really good. It is really good. I'm always impressed at how many fun little details I can find in every single one of these bases, because it's good. Very fun design decisions. But once again, finest, thank you for letting me review your base. Cannot do this without you guys being willing to let me take a look and show them off to the community. And every time I see stuff that I know people are going to get super excited about seeing and add to their own bases. So once again, really well done. Alrighty, y'all. Charles, sounds good. Catch you on the next one. Well, the map is 5 times smaller now, so up is their only way to go. I mean, you say it's 5 times smaller. It's as big as ground is the first game already. There's lots of room. There's nothing but space to go outwards, as we saw on Shikaka's base. Nothing but space right now. But I like that people are building up as well. I like sprawling cities, but I also like adding tons of detail into these. It's really cool. Okay. Blue Moon. Are you still here? Been a minute since I've seen you chat, so hoping you're still here to see the base review. But if not, that is why we put it in a video afterwards. I know, I'm messing with you, Ducky, don't worry. But yes, Blue Moon is up next. Yeah, just mini elevators. It would be fun to see someone make a Great Wall of China style build. I definitely think you could now. Well, it was harder to do with the materials we had in the first game, but now with some of this new stuff. Ducky, I'll check it out after stream. We gotta focus. Blue, don't be scared. There's nothing to be afraid of. Literally nothing to be afraid of. This is all just fun. All good, no worries. The majority of people in building streams lurk and chill. They're here for ideas, not to be outgoing and talkative. You're scared, you have no reason to be scared. Literally none. Just to confirm, I think I had seen you have another kind of really small little starter base over there. This is the one that I'm looking at, right? To make sure don't look at the wrong one or anything. Focus pocus, right, Joe? It's good to hear from you. How have you been, Joe? You doing good? It's been a minute. I left you high and dry and enshrouded and went full grounded. And I left you hanging. But it's good to hear from you. Hope you and the family are doing good. Shaking in your boots? No. No need. No need. Oh. Man, I wish I could do these in the day. I have a Shogun Mega Base connected with 4 Mega Great Walls of China. Ooh. Well, we want to see it. Share. CX, share your base with us, please. We do that. That one is boring. All good. All good. Yeah, if you want it to, your mega base to be shown off there, CX, let me know. We are going to need a few more base tours for next week before I go on vacation, so we're going to be running dangerously low. We get through another 1 or 2 here. We'll see. I may only get through 1 more. 6. Not horrible. A couple long ones. Been good. I've been focusing on art a lot lately. I still got to get you to come visit the Enshrouded build too. Yes. We're 100% going to be jumping back into Enshrouded. A little bit here and there. It's not going to be all grounded all the time. But when the water update comes out, I really want to check that out. And maybe spend a little bit of time, especially because we're going to be in between grounded updates as well. Like, we're going to have some of the new stuff. But I think it'd be a really good time to jump into Enshrouded for a little bit. And maybe try to do some Enshrouded base tours as well. And base reviews. Not totally sure how that would work, but if we can figure it out, I'm interested. Okay. Up next, we have Blue Moon. Very excited to show this one off. Let's see what happens. It's up. I think we go up. This is another one built up on the cool little kind of rope fence pillar things. I don't even know what to call them. But yeah, another great base location. I'm right here, so I love this base location. I love everything. Super close to all the materials. There's just tons of resources everywhere. You have literally everything you could need, from stem to grass to clay to rocks to dry grass. Like, everything's right here, so it works really well. Definitely a fan of the base location overall. All right. Oh, over there. What the? I was not expecting that. I didn't explore the base at all, so I got up here and I was like, wait a second. Are we here? All right. They tricked me. Is there anything in the soda can? YouTube was super high, so I moved over. Yes, YouTube is YouTube is always a bit behind for some reason. I don't know why. Torch? How you living your life without a torch? I'm too afraid of the dark to not have a torch with me at all times. Ads? All good. I can wait right here. We can pause it. Let me know when you're done with your ad. I'll just cut the video. If you have them, other people do too. Yeah, I can't believe someone would put commercials and ads in their streams. How lame. It's how I keep it free. Don't have to have it behind a paywall or anything. Poor people that gets ad. Yeah, everyone just needs a gifted sub. Who's gonna gift 100 subs? Come on. For all the people. Why is the music so creepy right now? Way too creepy. Let me know when you're free, Blue. I want you to miss anything. All right. Perfect. All right. Act like nothing happened. We were just here, and it'll perfectly cut. We'll just walk up these stairs. Ah, there was nothing there. All right. I head to bed. Sounds good, Joe. Definitely let me know about Enshrouded. All right. I like the way you did these stairs. This is fun. I've been seeing a lot of people messing with like ramps and stuff instead of just using stairs, and I actually really like it. It's really nice. Got fun little buggy areas. Yeah, petting bugs and everything. Love that.
Water, bringer of life.
Okay. Love the little, it's such a simple detail, but honestly, I really do like the little designs for the lights like this. Looks really nice. You got your nice little kitchen and everything. Like literally opening the fridge. I love your attention to detail. This is the thing that I think a lot of people can miss. This is the stuff that really brings bases to life. You don't necessarily have to make them all this, like, you don't have to put people in the armor dummies doing stuff, but it just looks so good every time. It just looks good. Your fireplace, super creative, by the way. Really good job, Moon. I really like this. You even like made your own little like custom. It's so custom. I love it. Yeah, exactly. Like fireplaces aren't in the game. Blue said, "Bet, build your own." Looks really nice. Again, I really like these green lights. As simple as a grass box is, I do really like that green light for some reason. It looks really nice and simple. It's oftentimes the small things that make the biggest differences. Great little function. Everything's just kind of like here. It works. It looks good. Meebles did the fireplace and kitchen. Yeah, it looks really, really good. I am very impressed. It looks very nice. Straight to the roof. Got your lit up bugs. I like your lighting as well. I think you're doing a really good job on the lighting of this space. You got your fun little like weapon area as well to put all your stuff. Then all your functional pieces up here as well. You even have everything like hidden away so you can auto deposit. That looks really good. And then this is Meebles. Nice. Very well done. I like that you guys have your own your own little bases or spots in your base specifically for each other. Or for yourselves. Very nice, very nice. And then your blue moon, fitting, very fitting. Very nice. I know it's simple, but there is a lot of potential with what you're doing here. Lots of potential. I know it's not the biggest base necessarily in the world, and there's not as much to look at as I know. I could see why you were worried, because we, unfortunately for you, saw some of the biggest, most ridiculous bases we've reviewed, but that doesn't by any means like degrade or not make your bases good necessarily, because I think you're at a point in this build that I think the majority of players in Grounded are. Like it's really easy to see some of the more creative bases, the more interesting stuff, where people are building like these ridiculous themes and villages and cities, and they're just like going to that like next level. I think the vast majority of Grounded players are in this realm of base, where you have a lot of really interesting little details, you have fun little design decisions. There's definitely things that you can keep adding and improving and stuff, but I think there's value in all the little decisions that you've made that I think will help other people. And that's why I never like to say that I'm doing only massive bases or only super complete bases or whatever it is. Because I think there's a lot of value in people seeing what you can do with these smaller bases, because I think the little details is where you guys are like absolutely killing it. The fireplace, I want to just point out the things Meeble's done specifically, but like these are where bases really start to come to life. You found a specific aspect of a base or a house. You're thinking in like real life terms. You're recreating literal things that are in a house, and that is what really starts bringing bases to life and starts making them really interesting. But I think you've done a really good job in creating a fun little kitchen space. I think you've done a really good job in creating a fun little like cozy space. The base feels very cozy overall. I also like that you kind of just like left this massive hole in the wall to create this like other entrance to start going to other areas, where it looks like you may even start building over there as well. And so you're already like, you're headed in that direction of you're just continuing building. A lot of building specifically is just time spent. It's really easy to compare a base that I've spent 2,000 hours building, where I have 3,000 days in some of my Grounded 1 world. So it's really easy to like try to compare yourself to someone who has thousands of like literally thousands of hours playing a game. and
Bottled in
you guys are
for
just
color.
getting going, as you said. You are brand new to building, so we're trying our best. And I think that's what's so exciting is you say you're brand new, but you're already doing things that I see like some of the best builders doing. It's creating and like messing with the things we're given and experimenting with how you can make them into like new, unique designs. I've never, literally in the now 40-something bases I've seen in Grounded 2, not including all the ridiculous designs I've seen in Grounded 1. I've never seen anyone, and all of these pieces are in Grounded 1. I've never seen someone build a fireplace like this. I have not seen like an individual little kitchen that looks exactly like this. So I think you guys are definitely headed in the right direction. So I wouldn't like compare by any means. I think you guys are heading in the right direction, especially because you're just getting started. The lighting, I think, is impressive, honestly. For someone or for people that are newer to Grounded, I think the number one thing that is missed is lighting. It is so important, and your base is already oozing fun lighting effects. You have multiple colors, which I always think looks really nice. You have highlighted interesting pieces, and the more important pieces in the base are lit up where you're matching like some of the colors, which I always think looks really nice. You're also messing with like different materials, which I think you're definitely headed in the right direction. We can talk about grades specifically before I just keep talking. The first impressions, I think maybe a 3 or so, not just because we've seen some epic ones tonight, but I think we can continue pushing as you're still learning to build and stuff. Your lighting on the inside is really good. I think bumping the lighting up on the outside could be another really interesting way to continue adding detail to this. It would also make it really kind of like pop just a bit more in that sense. But it's a really good start, honestly, for someone like you're just getting into it. I think the hardest thing to do in Grounded is really get into the building. I think once you put time and effort into it, it is like it's a lot more intuitive. But at the same time, I think it is maybe like outwardly, if you're looking at it outside in as someone who's newer to building, it can feel very limiting at times. And so it does take a lot of kind of effort and time to just mess with things and like explore how much this game has to offer. Because if you look at it as like, look at it just as it is like, oh, it's just squares and a couple curved pieces, and like there's not much you can do. But it takes like hours and hours and hours of messing with things and figuring out how different things interact with one another and how you can kind of utilize them to get to that point. So it's definitely headed in the right direction, and I can see you guys are messing with things, and that it's only going to get better from here. The layout and flow, again, you could do like another 3 or 4 on that. I think you could kind of push in a similar way, like Ace in chat here. It was a big thing that we talked about with their base, is trying to make intentional decisions with those like just functional pieces, stairs specifically. I think you could maybe take something from the last base we went to and try to make the staircase something that's like very intentional. I think would add, you have a ton of space in the center here. And so whether that be like a curved or a spiral staircase going up this way and a spiral staircase going up this way, and maybe moving these to like an exterior place in some way, I think would be useful. And then using this big open wall then to, especially because you have room up here as well, you could very easily kind of create a stair that goes up this way and a stair that comes up this way, and just kind of continue messing with those. Like, stairs are stairs, but there also can be a lot more than just stairs. They can be kind of like aesthetic designed pieces, and so I think you could kind of continue messing with that. I know you said the staircase gave us a lot of trouble mainly, and yes, these staircases are difficult. for sure. They are they're tough. At the end of the day, I think you could get away with maybe using this a little bit more too, just kind of keep it angled down, but it's difficult to make these, like, when you're working on an angle like this to get to where you're trying to go. These decisions can be really difficult, honestly, but I think you might be able to find some of the base reviews we've done that do this type of staircase and help kind of expand upon that design, because I think you're headed in the right direction, and I think seeing what other people are doing can really help kind of fill in those gaps of where you're not necessarily sure. You haven't had enough time to mess with all of the materials and mess with all the different pieces to know all the random ways that they all interact and work with each other. And so continue looking at other people's bases and kind of find, like, oh, I'm going to pick that little piece and I'm going to pick that little piece, and just continually adding to everything. Because I think, like, this downstairs space, if you remove the pallets to a functional space so you don't take up your cool interior space, you could make a really fun, even if the stair just comes up from the center, and or you have kind of comes from the outside and then goes up to the center, and it does that on both sides, or it comes through here and it goes back and then it goes up and then back up. Like, there's so many ways, there's a million ways you could do it, so it doesn't necessarily have to be one, but I think it's a really well-made, nice little space, so you're headed in the right direction. The structure and realism, again, doesn't necessarily fit every base per se. As you're adding more details here, the structural side of this is where I think a lot of details can be added. Very difficult to do when I can see why you're struggling, because the game does not want you to place necessarily like this. But maybe kind of continuing down something along the lines of this little piece and continuing it straight down, and then one turn that might get you to here, that, and then working from there in a similar place. I've seen a couple adding some more pieces down here, where is that maybe you take a pine piece or some of these half walls and you start enclosing these to make them not feel like a little light brass pieces, but kind of making them more like heavy, because the floating staircases are always going to feel like a little bit random. They're really difficult to get to feel like heavy intentional staircases, especially when you're building on top of a rope. It's a very difficult little design to come up with, but I think adding some more depth, I guess is the word I would use, to fill in some of these spaces where no problem using the sprig railings, but then taking some of these triangle pieces and flipping them on these can add just enough to make it feel like it's being held up properly. And it really helps the design. Kind of, it's just one more detail. It doesn't necessarily add anything functionally to the base, but it just starts kind of one more detail and one more detail. Every little thing you add like that continues to it will continue to make the base feel more and more complete as you keep adding to it. Same thing with like this area. Instead of just a like flat floor, I like what you're doing on the top. It's fun. You're having fun with the buggies and stuff. They have to be a part of your base. But if you add maybe a little depth to this area, it will allow you to maybe start tying some more of these, whether you're doing like structural pieces, some of Ludorav's builds, and Grounded One, if you haven't seen some of his base tours, do this really well, where he creates these sort of things and then finds interesting ways to like tie them back into the structure. And that, again, it doesn't necessarily add anything literally to your base, but it will add to that detail level that I think makes a big difference overall. And the more structural details you add, I think it kind of makes it feel more real and like legit designed base, because it's just the little details, and they're really easy to overlook because you don't need them, but I think they start adding a lot to it. Just starting the process of adding supports under it so it wasn't floating, yeah. And it takes time. It's not something, especially like you guys are building in survival, this is not an easy thing to build structure underneath either. Like you kind of have to build down and under to build more under, and so it's a difficult little design, not only in like the actually how you're building it, but then like designed the way it's going to look as well at the same time. It's not like an easy process. So take everything with a little bit of a grain of salt, because it's easier to say it than to literally do it and build it. But I think that side of the structure would be good. The materials and aesthetics, I think you're headed in the right direction. I think the level of detail that you have on the inside here is screaming to come out to the outside. Whereas Ace had said, switch up the materials. I really like what you're doing here. I like that you're playing with the gates or the doors so that they open and stuff. That you're kind of switching up the corners. Play with these walls now. Whether that's adding another layer. I think typically the way I'd like to do it is add a half vertical wall and then start adding depth. I think a great one would be who we saw earlier, Snooze Base. If you look at very similar kind of design overall, I think you could literally take Snooze Base and how they designed the exterior, where you keep a lot of this the same, but you build outwards now, and you add more depth to it, so it's got ins and outs, and that way you can add more lighting to the outside. Because I enjoy, again, how you've lit the inside. It looks really nice, and it wants that level of detail on the outside. So, again, I really like, if I were to show you a little example of some kind, as visuals are always a bit easier. Doesn't really matter what material specifically you use, but if you were to start adding in things like just little tiny details like this is of course extremely simple, but if you were to copy this onto the other side as well, you now have this slightly more designed
I'm a well-respected artisan
piece, and then from here you could start messing with maybe flipping these. And so instead of maybe this, now it's, of course, you have to keep it how you want it on the inside as well, so it has to read that way. But if you start messing with some of these types of decisions, you now have sort of interesting structure. Like this is sort of a column, but it also adds depth. You can also backlight inside of these things. You could use the palisades as well to infill the insides, like the last base we saw using the palisades is sort of like light columns. That looks really nice. These also look pretty good lit up as well. You could add in some like triangle pieces and start making it go up this way. That'd be kind of a fun little thing, especially because you kind of like bring this up and then step it this way. So you come up and step. It'd be kind of a fun thing to kind of do the same thing. So maybe like triangle, quarter triangle, over, and then up again. There's so many, it's just kind of like mess with it until it hits the vibe that you're kind of going for. But I think that specifically, and you even have like room up here to sort of build up into this. Because I typically dislike, and it's a personal thing, I don't dislike your base. I've always struggled with these full size roof pieces. The overhang is typically just a little too long for me. I always want, like a house has a very small overhang. It's like the gutter, and it's just enough to cover it, but it's not quite this large. And so by adding some of these details in, you will add just a little bit more detail. It'll kind of close this gap a little bit, and so I think those could be some things you could mess with. Because yeah, these roof pieces are difficult. Also messing with the there we go. Also messing with the quarter pieces of them is another way to do it. It's kind of hard right here, but you can always do the quarter pieces have a slightly better option. But I think if you keep it like this, which is not a problem, I think that this kind of detail, or even if you flip this, leave this as pine, do this as thatch, or again, continue with like the stems with palisade walls, that would really help, and then that would close that gap already, and so you wouldn't really have to mess with it. Another thing in terms of the materials and stuff is maybe bump the roof out here as well. Kind of try to maybe enclose this as a kind of covered balcony, and that would break up the roof. I tend to dislike long, repetitive structures. It's more of a me thing in design. I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with it by any means. But when I see something like this, I want my roof to kind of match it, and then it already breaks up like this square roof. And it just small little decisions like that will really bump up a lot of this. Just the little things. And even if you like brought this over and then brought it back into the base and like got rid of some of the roof as well, and then you could copy this side onto that side, like a lot of those get little decisions where it breaks this up. Maybe this one comes out, these ones go in a little, and then maybe build some little stuff on the top here, even though you can't really see it. I tend to look at my bases like this all the time, so I'm always wondering about how I can add little details to flat spots and random things. Just thousands of hours of building really makes it easy for that. Functionally, I think you're killing it. It's functional. Everything works. I can give you an easy 5 on that. Like, you have everything right here. You have 2 people building in one spot. Everything's super well organized. Like, it works. Like, there's nothing I can say. Your base functions. It works well. Now it's just details is all you can really do. Again, maybe finding an interesting way to add this stuff to the outside here, potentially. Free up the inside a little bit, and then maybe move your dew collector off to a side, and then put your pallets here, and then that breaks up this wall as well. Just little things like that, or you have like this space. Not totally sure what you were trying to do with this, but you could do your pallets in this kind of area, or build it off to the other side. Or you have this massive open area, which I really like, this like massive like bay window sort of thing. You could build some like lower levels here as well, and kind of build around and get some more function out of this lower level. It's kind of similar to how like Chap had done some of their designs, utilizing more verticality. I like that you have double height ceilings here, but then kind of make some other spaces underneath would be another good option as well. And the creativity, I think, honestly, like the little details that you have are really creative. They're things, fireplace, I've never seen anything quite like this one. Yeah, I'm always amazed at how new builders can kind of come in and come up with new ideas that are totally different from everyone else's. So I really like seeing how creative you are. So I'll definitely think you're like at a 4. About a 4, 3.5 or a 4 on the creativity. I think where you're being creative, I think is really good. And all I want to see is more of that creativity. Look at a literal house and what other spaces are there. You have kind of your living room or family room, you have your kitchen, but what are the other things in a house that you could do to add to these spaces? How could you add this level of detail to these sitting areas, and just kind of keep going, thinking in terms of how to recreate literal things in the real world in your make-believe game is how I tend to think of how I detail those things out. And we've already kind of talked about the improvements and stuff as we were talking about all of that, so I won't necessarily say anything else on the improvements. But I think you've created a nice like canvas for yourself to keep working on. I think there's a couple things that you're doing really well that I think are really interesting, and I think it opens you up to kind of just take, as I say, the cohesiveness of like in the theme. Taking design decisions where you've come up with like interesting little ideas for the balconies and stuff, and just keep finding ways to keep adding those little details, and you'll be amazed at how quickly the design will just blow up into something really interesting that you're really proud of. Because it's more than anything, building in survival games is time in the build system. So it's you're definitely headed in the right direction. But once again, Blue Moon and Meebles, thank you again for letting me review this one. I love showing off all the different size bases and stuff. And there's a lot of really good potential here. A lot of things that you can kind of work on and continue to add. So I'm very happy. Like, I know it's more nerve-wracking for people to kind of enter in. You're newer to building. Your base isn't as far along as someone who has thousands, hundreds and hundreds of hours in Grounded 2, let alone Grounded 1. But I really do enjoy showing off these bases as well, because I think this is a much more realistic place where the majority of people are. 9 times out of 10, we're going to see bases on this scale. They're not massive. They're not finished yet. You're still playing the game. You're still learning. You're still finishing story stuff. So it's like, it's a really fun place to enter into a build, because I can help see where you have interesting ideas. You have little ideas and stuff that I immediately pick up on is really cool design decisions. And then from there, I get to help kind of explain how you could push those ideas a little bit further. And so it's, for me, as someone, part of why I like doing this is I like the idea of teaching. I like the idea of helping other people. This gets me really excited to show off how cool your base is and all the good things, and how you can kind of use the good ideas and just keep emphasizing them to continue building more interesting things. Because you're definitely headed in the right direction. But yes, once again, Blue Moon and Meebles, thank you for letting me view this base. Honestly, you're at a great start. It really is. I know it's intimidating to come before everyone else that we've had tonight, but I really do enjoy seeing these like smaller builds. These are so much more realistic. 99.999% of people will never touch anything that Shikaka's doing, anything that a lot of people are building. Like, very few people are building like that, and we're very lucky to view those bases, and I think they're super inspiring. But I think this is a much more realistic place for people to kind of get advice and ideas from, because more people are here than where they are near Shikaka, building hot air balloons and using floating techniques and stuff that most people don't even know you can do in this game, and all the off-grid stuff and all those. So it's a really good place to be, and I think you're doing a great job. To just keep it up. All right. Why is YouTube behind? It's always behind, dude. I don't know why. It needs more trees. Excited to see how it grows with us practicing and the game coming out with new things. And yes, and every new update as well. Like, every new update is going to offer new build pieces and new things that you can update and change. So I think it's definitely, as things get added, as we get more options and stuff, you'll see how much more interesting you can do. Because you're working with a very limited selection of materials and stuff. Compared to the first game, we have like 3 materials right now. Technically, we have 1 material that's 2 materials, whereas previously we had 5 or 6 materials and exponentially more options for decor, just everything. We had so many more things. So you're working with a very limited library of materials at the moment, and so it's pretty easy to get stuck and not know where to go when the other big builders out there have built with so many more items and have so much more experience. It's just time and effort. Thanks for looking at our stuff and being so nice about it. Much appreciated. We'll have to resubmit it when we get more done. Yes, please do. At minimum, send images and screenshots in the Discord, and I'm happy to help as well. There's Ludarav, Lady Moniki. There's a couple other builders, Grim as well. There's a couple people that are really good builders that are very interested in helping people as well in the chat, not just showing off cool bases. Like Shikaka, I don't know if Shikaka likes helping people or not. He obviously knows how to build really cool stuff. But Ludarav and Lady Moniki and a few other people in the Discord are very, very helpful and love showing off some of their things, even though they're not always showing their stuff constantly. They really like building this community of builders up. So they're really good resources, and I'm in the Discord every day as well.
Bottled in scenic Brook Hollow.
Yeah, Busani, yes. There's so many people that have I don't even want to name names because there's so many people that are really good at building in the Discord. So it's such a good place to like get ideas. If you're stuck on something, how do you do this? How do you do that? Look through all the images. There's also threads in the Discord for people who are interested. If you want to do your own in the base inspirations, you can post your base there and keep us all updated as well for people who aren't necessarily interested in base reviews per se. That's a great place to have people help, or just posting images as well. I think we have a lot of really good resources that I think a lot of the newer builders should absolutely take advantage of. Post pictures. There's no reason to be embarrassed of your base. Big is not better. I have some of my favorite bases are some of Ludarav's super small ones, soda can base. The details come with time at the end of the day. So my hope that doing these other types of reviews is more so that we inspire other people to keep building and not just get frustrated that the system doesn't necessarily look the way they want or work the way they want. I think there's so much potential that I think a lot of people would be excited, but you really have to get into it. So utilizing the Discord and the people there is one way to kind of take leaps and bounds forwards. The difference, seeing everyone post stuff in the Discord recently, this has like elevated, and these base reviews, I feel like everyone's skill level is just getting better and better every single week. Everyone's taking ideas from each other and doing them and changing one little thing, and it just looks totally unique and different. So it's been really fun. It's been really fun. Definitely been the Discord, lots of insanely cool builds, and well, yes. And that's more than anything. A lot of it is just inspiration. Getting ideas from other people, figuring out how you can do what someone else did for your own base. It always ends up changing slightly. It always seems like everyone kind of comes up with a slightly different tweak to make the idea their own, and you can only really do that when you see tons of people building endlessly. Sounds good, Ace. Thanks for hanging out. We'll catch you on the next one. Have a great rest of your night. Yeah, Impasta is also incredible. That's another one. There's so many. It's so hard to name everyone. I hate like naming because everyone is really good in their own way. I feel like each person has their own unique build style, has their own unique like ideas. So it's really fun. It inspires me to build bigger and better. It gives me ideas. It's a good place. Okay. How's everyone feeling? Do we want to do one more? Or should we call it here? We don't have a ton of bases for next Tuesday, so I'm kind of thinking we call it here. What'd you say, Ducky? Back in chat? What do you mean? Which one? Will the update be out when you do the next Tuesday? Nah, yes. Yes. I'm doing next Tuesday. So it comes out next Tuesday. Gosh, I really want to play the update that day. I'm going to have to think about next Tuesday. I really want to play the update next week. So we might take a break. I don't know. It depends. I'm going to have to think about it. Everyone's going to freak out if I say that, so I'm not saying I'm taking a break, but... we're probably... As of right now, for next week, if I stopped here, we might be full for next week. It all depends. I have 5 people that have reached out but have not shared their world yet. So it all depends, Ducky. I kind of got to see how this next week goes. We'll see. Definitely not saying no, but I want to make sure I get everyone who wants their base reviewed done before we get on to like second and third base reviews. Because there's technically we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 9, but one of them is on the PTB now, who will be able to next Tuesday share their thing, and it all depends on if these other people are going to share their worlds or not. But I don't want to give too many people. Yeah, you've done 3. Yeah, I want to make sure everyone gets their time. As much as I don't want to favor people who are here more often just because they're here more often. I want to give everyone a chance. But I don't mind. I mean, like Astro Lizard is on the list again. Budarav has been on the list multiple times. So it's like I'm not saying no to base reviews or redoing them, but I want to make sure we get through everyone before we do too many of them. Josue, it doesn't have to be done. Share it. I can show mine if you explain how to share. Do you want? You were gonna do it next week, right, Atheve? I have you on the list, Atheve. We were just waiting until potentially I'm back. I forgot. Yeah, yours is one of the ones that hasn't been shared, but you're more than welcome to wait. We do not have. You don't have to rush it if you don't want to. Don't feel like it. Juggle Cyrus base is small. Is that yours? If it's a small one, we can do one more small one. Blaze through it. Is it small? That one's epic. Alright. This is another good one. It's not huge, but it's a really good base design. Alright. We'll do one more, and then we'll call it. I will say this is a really fun. This was in the thumbnail, so it feels like a mistake not to do it. You can do it in 20, 25 minutes, easy. Easy. All right. Perfect. It's night as well. Oh, it's a nada. Okay, perfect. I can share mine as well, but not till after the update. Join the PTV. Yeah, there's a couple people like that. And perfect. If we did them next Tuesday, I also I might change Tour Tuesday to like Tour Thursday or something, potentially, as a way to play the update and give people time to get the PTV all figured out and stuff, because I have a feeling that's going to cause some problems. Knowing the way that typically works, everyone trying to get their worlds to work and share properly could always be an issue. So maybe next week we postpone Tour Tuesday to Tour Thursday or something like that, and we just switch it up a little bit. That way I can play the update on the 30th, because that's what I really want to do. Selfishly, it comes out on Tour Tuesday naturally, but we'll see. But yeah, Travis, reach out on Discord and send me your stuff, and I'll get you on the list. Whether we do it till after I'm back. I'm gone. I'll be here next week and then gone for 2 weeks essentially, for stream purposes and tours purposes. But we got to get that list. We're gonna need way more stuff for when we're back, so we're gonna be completely out of bases. So anyone that's interested, keep reaching out. How do I share with Steam since I'm not on Xbox? You just need your Xbox username. But I think you have to be part of Xbox in some way, shape, or form to share. Like, I play on PC, but to crossplay, you just have to have your Xbox account username. So you may just have to look that up. I'm not necessarily sure how I set it up. I set it up for Grounded 1. You thought Ducky was third favorite? Yeah, like Matt Lee is on that list. Hasn't shared his new save with me. I don't have favorites. There's no favorites here. All right, let's get into it. It's getting late. All right. Next up, we have Juggle Cyrus. Another really cool, fun lit up base. This is a fun little location. I don't think we've really seen anything in this area. It's sort of random, but it's like a perfect little ranger outpost right on next to the ceremony ranger outpost. But definitely a cool little spot, and I gotta say, the lighting tonight is epic, you guys. I don't know what it is, but everyone tonight somehow just said lighting is key. I am absolutely loving how everyone has been doing the lighting tonight. It looks so good. Kind of repeated features. I love that everyone's kind of picking up on these same little things and just having fun with the lights, but also very fun lighting up these different things to add details with the stuff bugs on the outside. Very cool. And again, repeating that stuff on the outside. Very well done. I'm always a big fan of lighting. No, don't do it. Please don't ruin the juggle space. Alright, so you got your functionality here, your stem palette storage, your gardens and everything. Again, really good job with the lighting on all of it. Very fun. Was this a food trap of some kind, I'm guessing? Wow, you got stuff bugs everywhere. Wow. You're like trying to make this as creepy as possible. Just spiders staring at you from every direction. I'd love your little entrances and stuff. This is really fun. All these with your sap collectors and everything working really well. I really enjoy the like story that you're sharing here with all the stuff bugs and everything. It's really cool. And again, so many little details and just fun stuff. Like messing with this, the scaffolding as well to build little structure and stuff to hang, to like actually make it so you're holding all these up as well is very well done. God, these things make me so dizzy, just like staring in them. I love I really like this Anata. Juggle Cyrus or Anata in chat. The entrance is so cool. This is really, really well done. I know it's not a huge base, but I really, really like that entrance. Again, your functionality all underneath the base as well. Really, really clever, really well done. Keep hearing scorpions walking around. Yeah, how did you get this bee to spin? Yeah, like a disco ball bee right in the center. It's so perfect. I love it. I really, really like the entrance of this. I love that your stairs come from the inside and go outside as well. I think that's a really fun little like design. I don't know how you did it. Don't ever stop, little guy. He's even got like his lights and everything. It's perfect. That's like the best detail I've ever seen. All right, and then super detailed. Wow. All right, I love this. This looks really good. I know these are such simple, small details, but this is the stuff that gets me so excited. It's like just adding in the little tiny things. A bug with a matching lamp above it. Like just the little tiny things that are so fun. It's obvious you've spent a lot of time just like adding the little details and stuff. Between like all the little hanging gnats and everything. Little punching bags. I have no clue how the spinning bee works. It's magic, apparently. I'm not going to touch it or else I'll ruin it, right? Oh, yes. And, of course, as your lighting is some of the best. Yeah. This is really well lit. I love that you've divided it in half between the two colors as well, too. Looks really nice. And the mushroom out the top. How did I not notice that earlier? Very nice. The detail work between the stairs going inside to outside is also really fun. Like this is for like Blue Moon, another like suggestion of like making a functional piece into a design decision. Like these are really well done. I know it's so simple to look at something like spiral staircases, but this is how you make them really interesting, and even in smaller bases. Also, like really good job like breaking these things up and adding different materials as well. Very well done. Guess we didn't even check out the inside lit up. Yeah, these look even better at night. Very well done. Yeah, I really like the way you've done these little design decisions. Just like filling every little nook and cranny. Like this is... To make these like small bases really interesting and cool, like I feel like this is exactly how you do it. You make little tiny nooks and crannies and you just pack them full of fun things. Every time. Impressed by these little bases. I don't know, so simple, but also just like really well done. I really enjoy the way you've lit up these bugs on the outside as like a design detail. And this feels like a bombardier beetle is like in a strip club or something. Uh-oh, I'm stuck. Very well done. Even this like top piece. Oh, interesting. That's a really nice little detail too. It's very easy to miss that, but I really like that little tiny thing. Oh, that's your map marker. Very well done. Even this, I actually really like. I didn't even notice this little pebble path detail on top of the thatched roof. Looks really nice too. It makes it feel. I know it's pebbles in a bedroom, but it kind of makes it feel more carpeted in some ways. Like it adds really cool little details. Really good job on the little things, honestly. And I like that this stuff, you're not just using a square door, you're breaking things up and creating like unique little windows, fun little seating areas and stuff. I love these little small bases. Even that, like to fit, you changed the roof design specifically on one side just to fit the butterfly wings properly. Like, really good job. so many little things to look at. Yeah, and even how the butterfly armor glows, and then the other armors glow red. Like, you've even made very intentional. It's so intentional, I think, is what is impressive. Everything was done incredibly intentionally, from the lighting to the armors you chose. The glow of the butterflies and the bugs, they look good inside and outside. They don't just look good on one side or the other. Really well done. And again, like dividing it up between the pink and the blues, really nice. And they're such like small little things, but it does look really nice. I think these are all really good details that a lot of people could kind of take and utilize in their own base. What's up, Knife? Welcome in. No, I haven't heard from Velocity in a little while, actually. Luderev had talked to him recently, though, and said he was alive and kicking. He spins because 3 lights around, I guess? I don't know. I like it. And so I have to do this, right? Run out of it and hurt yourself. I like that you, like, put these down in the ground as well. It's also a fun one. Head to bed, but thank you again. Of course. Thank you so much for letting me review it. I really appreciate it. I know it's, like, it's an uncomfortable thing. It can make you feel very vulnerable having someone, like, especially because I review them and give grades and stuff, but I really do try to keep it lighthearted and fun. It's all about bettering everyone. But yes, thank you. Appreciate it, and have a great rest of your night. Gives it more texture? Yeah. I wonder if it is this lighting. Something about this light. I'll have to, like, bonk my head on it before we leave. Well, in terms of grading, do the reviews very well, only positive wipes in every base? Yeah, that's the goal. I don't want anyone to feel like I'm actually critiquing them necessarily. I'm just trying to make everyone better, is all. When the winter update comes, you got to check out mine. Hell, yeah, of course. You don't have to ask me twice. All right. Anada, in terms of grades, I feel like we are doing it a disservice not showing it at night first. That looks crazy weird. All right, first impressions. Honestly, I love these small bases. I really, really enjoy these small bases that are packed with details. Like, the second I hopped into this world, this immediately, like, for me, was immediately one of the first ones I picked. I always jump in just to get a really, really rough idea. I don't look at the insides or anything, but I always want to know where I'm going. And I immediately thought that this one was going to be in the thumbnail because of the fun little glowing stuffed bug details and stuff. So I was like, immediately first impressions are a 5. It's quick, like, it's small, but it is obvious that you've put a ton of effort into the design and the little details here, and it really does show. It's a really fun little base, really well designed. The lighting is some of the best we've seen. We've seen some really good lighting, but this one is definitely in the top 5 of lighting in terms of the bases. Like, you've even got lighting down underneath everything as well. Like, it's very cohesive. You have fun with the different colors as well. I really like the different little lighting effects. The layout and flow, again, such an easy 5. In these small bases, it's all about making interesting little decisions. The decisions to lay this out the way you did and utilize the stairs on the exterior, I think, is a really, really cool design detail. Not something that I think we see enough of. Typically, they get hidden away, and I really, really like that it was like a major piece of the design here. It just adds such a cool little effect and makes a base that's small is not easy to put stairs inside of. And so you've made a decision to put them on the outside, which I think looks incredible, and also like frees up space on the inside, so it really makes it more efficient overall. On top of that, the structure and realism, not necessarily the most realistic base. It's more like fantasy fun, crazy lighting, bugs everywhere, but I love it. I think you've done a really good job overall, so I don't know, maybe I don't really know what to knock you on it, honestly. Like, the structure's there, the pieces are all held up the way they should be. There's nothing just like weird and nothingness. I think maybe if the structure of anything like could get like a 4 out of a 5, as I think some of the areas feel really, really intentional, and then maybe like this balcony could bump up the design a little bit with maybe something other than the scaffold, like using the triangles or something like that could do it. Since you're already kind of using them, using those as a structural piece might be a fun way to mess with them. And just make this feel less of like a little attached balcony and more of like designed into it, where it kind of feels like it fits a little bit more. But I still like, with the small base, the balconies I think make a lot of sense. I like that you've taken function in fun little spaces and you've put it on the outside of a base. Because when you build smaller, not that this, for a lot of people, this is a very like approachable size of a base, and you've done a really, really good job detailing every single section out. So I really like that. But just kind of cohesively fitting this in, similar to how you've designed the rest of it, I think would maybe bump it up just a hair. It's such a small thing. The materials and aesthetics, such an easy 5. I love every little detail of it. Your lighting is incredible. It looks really good. Your use of like creating interesting window pieces looks really nice. Every little spot is designed and figured out. You have a bee that's a literal disco ball. That's an extra point, easy, extra credit. Because it looks so cool. Yeah, this just packed with detail. Everywhere you look, there is some little interesting thing that you're having fun with. So it just looks really good. So I would say easy, again, 5 on the details and the materials. So you've done a really good job messing with it. It's not one material. You're doing pebbles on top of roof pieces. It makes the floor of this look really interesting as well. Said check the second floor left. 1 plant fiber. You killed yourself on there just to put that down. That's incredible. Luckily, on your world, that stays. It's only my world that goes away. But that's epic. Again, the details. The little details are so well done. So well done. That is the next level stuff that I absolutely just like fanboy over. The goofy little things people come up with. The fact that you've somehow accidentally gotten this thing to spin. Can I ruin it? No, it doesn't even, can't even ruin it. It just spins. It spins forever. He's the perfect little bee. Perfect little entrance. Functionality, again, easy 5. It functions. You've put all of your function underneath, which I really like. Again, on small bases, you don't have the space that the bigger, massive builds have, so you have to just be more efficient with everything. And so instead of having hundreds of grinders and spinners and all spinning wheels and all that, you fit them where they fit. You've made them work really well. It all is here. You put the goofy stuff that's hard to fit in a base on the bottom and kind of hidden in a way really nicely, but also like even in this little spot, you've made stuff to make it feel nicely designed. So again, another impressive, just the small things that you've done to make a small base work really well, I think are really good decisions. The creativity and theme, again, the backpack sitting on the desk, like, it's the little things. The creativity to put this stuff on the outside, to use the bugs as lighting features, the creativity to make a disco ball be that I'm sure you fully intended to spin all the time. That's an extra point, easy. And like separating out your garden and more of your storage stuff, like to get the functional things kind of away from your base to let your base stand alone, I think is another really good choice. I think a lot of people maybe try to fit too much in their base. And I like that you've kind of built a fortified little base out all the way around everything, but you've also allowed that to not take away from the base by any means. Like, I love that you've separated it. It's all a fun, functional little design over here. And it doesn't take away from your perfect little base that you've designed. So I really enjoy the creativity and how you've just mashed all this detail into such a small little base. Is as always, it's a difficult thing to do, to not make it feel like, oftentimes Luderav is trying trying to push the details to a ridiculous amount of detail. And for most people that it's overwhelming. It's a lot of detail that he can kind of add to it, where I feel like you've hit a nice happy medium where it's not too little detail and it's not too much, to where it's just like overwhelming amounts of things everywhere. So it's a nice balance. It really is, between everything. So very well done on that. And improvements, again, it's really minor things. Again, as I had said, maybe making this balcony a slightly little bit more cohesive. Even just the way you kind of did this one, I think would be enough to do it, where it just has a little bit more structure underneath, maybe something kind of holding it up here, push this out a little bit, potentially messing with just some of these like angled pieces or something, or making the balcony like out of these where it's like triangle here, triangle down, triangle here, triangle down. You use like the stem triangles inverted, and the thatch ones or pine, whatever you prefer, like as this. So it just, because I don't mind a little bit of stem, but when you use this much thatch, I think it tends to feel like a little like super glued to the side. Whereas even if you didn't mess with the structure very much, I think just like changing this from just stem, or even if it's underneath potentially like triangles as well. We've seen a couple designs like that. I think that would help make this feel just a little bit more cohesive. Outside of that, I mean, I enjoy everything you've done. It looks like you're still kind of building up here and making like food things and messing with this stuff, which it doesn't have to necessarily all match and be the same thing to be good. So at the end of the day, like that's my only little thing. And maybe you could do that on this side, but I also don't necessarily dislike that as well. So I think overall it looks really good. Maybe here is the only thing I would say, like a last piece of things of advice, is I like this side, where you're like messing with this design. I know you're just trying to hide this, but maybe making this sort of a slightly more intentional, instead of a grass wall, finding a way to like wrap it or make it slightly more interesting. Just because it is kind of hiding some of the other more interesting parts of your base by being this big kind of blank wall. Depending on the angle, it kind of hides everything. So this was my first perspective of it as well. So that's also maybe why I'm gravitating towards this side a little bit more, is just because this is the side I started on. And so when I saw it, I was like, okay, we could bump this level of detail. Maybe what's happening on the front could start happening on some of these walls as well. And just kind of like making this maybe a little more intentional in how it's attached to the whole thing. Or we've seen a couple of these dew collectors, D's base, or Hoju the Wizard, utilize these inside some of the triangle pieces, and they became a very interesting like window feature almost. I think that would be an interesting way to utilize those, where you just kind of build them into the wall itself, and then they become part of the wall. So that would make them maybe a little bit more cohesive in the design. But outside of that, honestly, it's really good. I do really, really like this base. I love the small bases that just work. They are very approachable. I think every single person in Grounded could get a base to this level at some point. Maybe not right away. Maybe it takes them a little time, but I think this is a great example of what you can do with just a normal, good-sized base. You fit everything you need, it does everything you need, and it also looks really cool. I think it's a really good example for the majority of players to look at and kind of get inspiration from, because you've done a really good job packing a lot of detail into a small package. But once again, Anata or Juggle Cyrus, thank you for letting me review this base. Honestly, such a good fun base. Really, really well designed. I'm a big fan. So I'm very excited to see the little changes you make, and if you build any other bases, I'd love to see what you come up with, because this was awesome. Thank you once again. Honestly, great job. I love it. It's such a fun base. Really fun little base. It's always a great example to show to people. Sir, go away. Leave. It's always fun to show little bases that are designed really well. can't be stopped. He's unbeatable. Alrighty. Well, that was an epic night of base reviews, you guys. Seriously, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We only got through 6. Oh, we got through 7, actually. Got through 7, so pretty good night. Some awesome bases, honestly. You guys are killing it. I'm so freaking impressed by everyone that's building these bases. They are so cool. I'm so excited to make them all into videos for everyone to show off to the world. 44 more minutes? Nah, I'm toast, dude. I got nothing left. I'm exhausted. 7 bases is a lot because Shikaka's was like 4 bases in 1. It was so big, and there was so much to explore. It feels like we got through a lot more than 7 tonight. That felt like more like 10. But they were epic. They were really good. The bases, they just keep getting better and better, honestly. Every little thing. Every base has had something super interesting that I've never seen before, or a new take on something just really well done. Hey, thank you for the follow, a random name. Welcome in. Incredible bases today, thanks. Yes, they were. They were very good. But that is going to be it for me tonight. If you're new here, make sure you join the Discord. Of course, it's not going to copy it anymore. If you're not part of the Discord, make sure you join it. There are incredible builders. So many cool things that people are showing off in there. If you want to do base tour or have your base reviewed on stream like tonight, make sure to reach out to me on Discord. Send me your Xbox username. I'll add you as a friend, and you can share your world, and I will get you added to the list of base reviews. It is Tour Tuesdays. Appreciate everyone. Make sure you spam your Tour Tuesdays if you got it. Very happy, having so much fun showing these bases off, and we need more and more to show off. I totally forgot. I ignored someone earlier that specifically asked if we were doing only grounded 2 bases, and we will be doing some grounded 1 reviews at some point, but probably not for another month or so. We got to get through all the grounded 2 stuff, but we will be doing an epic grounded 1 base tour night. Most likely keeping that to some of the like ridiculously ridiculous bases, since the grounded 1 stuff has to be the best of the best, I think, at this point for us to go back and review it. And we already have a list of some freaking insane ones to show off. But again, reach out to me on Discord if you'd like your base reviewed, and we will get you on the list, and I can help you through that process as well. But other than that, appreciate everyone hanging out tonight. Another awesome Tour Tuesday. Wouldn't be possible without you guys hanging out all night and sharing your bases and letting me kind of be open and vulnerable to showing these off to the community and stuff. I know it's a little difficult to do at times, but they are so freaking cool, and I'm having so much fun doing these every Tuesday. So we will keep it going, and I will catch everyone tomorrow night back in my world, where we will be working and continuing on my mega base. Yeah, I'll catch you on the next one. Peace. Do TTs and TTs, not just TTs? I don't even know what that means, Ducky. All right, y'all. I'm out of here. Have a great rest of your night. Catch you on the next one. Peace.